Isä poltti puisen veturin. Se saunan pesän tuhkattiin. Ei ollut aika kyyneliin. Isä sanoi kestää se kuin mies. Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan, ne kiinni jää tähän maaroutaiseen. Eikä kukaan toinen mua ohjaa. Itse pääni lyö kiven harmaaseen. Veli palas armeijasta. Korpijäämät tuliaisinaan. Aita liian matala, ei tullut ristiaukista. Isä näytti omansa. Äiti ei aina jaksa. Joskus on hiljaa viikkoja. Lääkärit ne puhuu vaan. Se tekee sitä tahallaan. Täti saattoi sen sairaalaan. Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan, ne kiinni jää tähän maaroutaiseen. Eikä kukaan toinen mua ohjaa. Itse pääni lyön kiven harmaaseen. Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan, ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan, ne kiinni jää tähän maaroutaiseen. Eikä kukaan toinen mua ohjaa. Itse pääni lyö kiven harmaaseen. Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan, ne kiinni jää tähän maaroutaiseen. Eikä kukaan toinen mua ohjaa. Itse pääni lyö kiven harmaaseen.
Hi. Hi. Ad time. Rolling ad time. All right. Here we go. All right. Let's bring it up. Ready? Roll it. Oh, 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 traffic was bad, but it wasn't the worst. But it was not good. It took me 2 hours to get to the airport. If there's no traffic, it takes 35 minutes. Yeah. Hello, Rocket Man. Yeah. At least your test stand didn't go boom. Yeah. How's Boston at rush hour? I'm here, an hour and 20 minutes late, but I'm here. Dude. Okay. Everybody here knows that I don't like Boston traffic. Everybody here knows that it's bad. I've made a very good point of that. I was watching another stream today, and there was a streamer that was talking about traffic, and I saw a viewer that has watched this stream mention traffic here. And actually, it was Stocky was talking about transit systems, and I saw a viewer that watches this stream talk about Boston transit systems. Like, that guy knows about it because of me. Anyway, but I digest. All right, here. You want some reference? All right, look. Here, I'll put it in kilometers. All right, so look, see the distance there? 54 kilometers from Plymouth to Boston. Okay. We'll call it 60, okay? Call it 60 kilometers. Primo's parents flew from here, from Detroit, to Boston. See it? See it right there? 1,000 kilometers, about 600 miles in a straight line. They got to the airport before we did. Couldn't make that up. I was anticipating it would take about an hour. It takes about an hour to get from Detroit to Boston via plane, the flight, right? So I was anticipating we'll time it perfect. If we have to wait, well, we might get there a little bit before them. We'll have to wait in the cell lot. They got to the airport before us. They were out of the airport, out of the secure area, bags claimed, waiting for us in the pickup area before we got to the damn airport. So I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Just all right. So here's what happened. Here's why the traffic was so bad. Right here. This is the Ted Williams Tunnel. There's 2 lanes going this way, 2 lanes going this way. Some guy broke down right there. Right where my mouse cursor is. Some guy's car broke right there. Yeah. Yeah, some guy's car was broken down right there. What car did you take? The Fusion. There's a Chevy? No, it's a Honda, believe it or not. Some guy's car broke down right there. And there's no shoulder here. It's just 2 lanes. So the guy kind of pulled it off to the side as best as he could, and that was the end of that. So right before this goes into 2 lanes, if you look back here a little ways, right, you have the on-ramp from the seaport, right? See, you have the on-ramp right there from the seaport, and then there's another on-ramp there from 93, which is what we were on. There's a bunch of different tunnels in here. Basically, right here, it's 4 lanes. So usually 4 condenses down to 2. You're always going to get a little bit of congestion where it condenses down to 2 right there. We had 4 lanes condensing down to 1. Traffic was backed up because of that. Was backed up all the way back here and backed up onto 93. Yeah, because we came up this road this way. Traffic from right there was backing all of this up all the way back there. It took us 45 minutes to go from here to there. Yeah. Yeah, because that guy broke down. That guy broke down in the tunnel. And it's not like a tow truck could get to him. Tow truck stuck in traffic just like everybody else. That's my life. Detour? There's no detour. There's no detour. There's only 3 or 4 tunnels that go to East Boston. There's only 4 ways to get to the airport from 93. Now we know the story is fake because a Honda broke down. Yeah. So that's believe it or not, that wasn't the worst. It took 2 hours to get there, 2 hours to get back. That was not the worst. That was the second worst. The worst was when I decided I hated driving in Boston last time. Took me 2 hours to get there and 4 hours to get home because the state police decided to shut down the tunnel for whatever reason. So they shut down all the tunnels. So we had to go. Yeah, that was the worst one. That was the point where I was like, I hate driving in this city. I hate it. I really don't like it. Yeah, Moist, that's the only flight they could get. Yeah, right, doesn't it? Yeah, I need a helicopter. I know how to fly a helicopter. I know I can do that. I might throw up, but I can fly a helicopter. You guys know that. Shut down the tunnels, the tide coming in. I don't know what they did last time I ever attacked. But anyway, we ain't talking about that no more. I already got mad in the car, flipped off a couple of people, yelled at somebody. It's par for the course. Got beeped at. Don't care. We were already mad. I was already mad. I'm not mad no more. It's not raining, so that's good. Sun came out. That's nice. And the best news of all, it's time for space news. That's the best news. That's the best stuff. Here, you want to start with the video? Glad you're back and all right. Thank you. Here, we'll start space news. Let's go. Boop. Watch this. That's a big bowling shoe. Oh. That's a spaceship. Oh, look, pilot dowels. We've been there. Don't drop it. Don't drop that stuff. Don't drop it. That's correct, Tessa. Yep. So that was footage of Dream Chaser, DC-101, Dream Chaser 101, made by Sierra Space. That was footage of it arriving at the Cape. Here, that's Tenacity. It's footage of it arriving. Oh, this footage is from posted by NSF, but excuse me. Long link in chat. Long link in chat coming. Sorry. Yeah. So this will be launched a little bit later in the year on flight up to the ISS, a resupply flight up to the ISS, and then it will come back down and land on a runway. No crew aboard, but still cool. Hadn't seen that just rolling down the highway. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, Pop. It is a sweet spacecraft. I don't think this footage is from Mary Star Games. Chris posted it, but I think this is just reposted from Sierra. I think. Let me take a look. Oh, well, we got video. Oh, that's the same video. Nice. It's the same video, but with music over it. Hey, Funny You, what's going on, buddy? Oh, baby. What odds do you give for Dream Chaser getting to the ISS before Starliner? Nothing. We could talk more about that later. I think Dream Chaser's not going to make it anywhere close, to be honest with you. But the fact that we even have the conversation, we're even having this conversation, God, is a little insane. But, yeah. Is it weird that I'm still not used to seeing EJ without sunglasses? Yeah, a little bit, but... Reminds you of Donald Duck's beak. Nice. But dude, that is some sweet pictures. They took the tiles off for transport, guys. These are areas where you got to pick the thing up from. So they took the tiles off there because from anywhere near the hoist points. That's fair. That's fair. See the last link. Shooting Star is also waiting for... Oh yeah, Shooting Star is back over there. Cool. Anyway, God, thanks for the bits. I do appreciate it. Space news from Goalie. What's that? Private astronaut Jared Isaacman gives unbelievable donation to Brevard Space Force museums. Oh, cool. So yeah, we could talk about that because we were just talking about Dream Chaser, another spacecraft being delivered to the Cape. What's this about? What's Rook up to? Yeah, it's not a... Dude, is that an ad for Ollie's? All right. I'm not even mad. Seriously, though, get that crap off the screen. Inspiration for astronaut and billionaire Jared Isaacman is giving the U.S. Space Force Historical Foundation the largest private donation in the nonprofit's 35-year history, funding the future meticulous restoration of rare missile-related artifacts and other museum upgrades in Brevard County. This is exciting for the museum, a great move forward for preserving the rich history of the Cape and offering it to many generations to come, said Jamie Draper of the Cape Canaveral Space Force Museum. Oh, does that mean your boy is they're gonna fix the Delta IV CBC? Please. Please, 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 please. Foundation Chairman Ray Sands declined to divulge the amount of Isaacman's unbelievable donation. Isaacman is the founder of Shift 4, a commerce finance company that processes more than $260 billion in global transactions per year. Wow. That's a lot of cash. A jet pilot who co-founded the Black Diamond Jet team, Isaacman financed and commanded the Inspiration 4 mission, the first all-civilian astronaut orbital spaceflight that made history by launching in a SpaceX Dragon capsule in September 2021 from KSC. The 3-day spaceflight generated more than $250 million for St. Jude. Wow, I didn't know that. That's awesome. Isaacman pledged at least $100 million of that sum. Looking ahead, Isaacman has commissioned Polaris Dawn and other SpaceX Falcon 9 that will propel a crew of 4 in a Dragon into orbit to conduct the first ever commercial astronaut spacewalk. Launch is tentatively scheduled for no earlier than the summer. Isaacman will command the mission. Any more? I'm pleased to be able to support the USSF's mission to preserve and promote the rich heritage of space development, education, and exploration. A Polaris Dawn spokesperson in Isaacman did not have much time for an interview because his schedule is incredibly tight leading up to launch, okay? He's an innovator, he's a pioneer, and he's doing things like Alan Shepard, John Glenn, Neil Armstrong, and Buzz Aldrin, and all those amazing astronauts of the past that were willing to risk their lives in order to break down existing barriers. Fair. The U.S. Space Force Historical Foundation supports construction, maintenance, and restoration of about 100 rockets, missiles, and related hardware and indoor exhibits at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Museum, the Sand Space History Center near Port Canaveral, and Hangar C, a former missile assembly building next to the Cape Canaveral Lighthouse where Werner von Braun reportedly had a second-floor office. Yep. Draper said Isaacman's donation will restore and rebuild a Subrock, a Navy submarine-launched guided missile developed during the late 1950s that was designed to destroy enemy submarines at long range. It was essentially a flying torpedo, solid rocket motor, nuclear depth charge. Oh, 1950s military-industrial complex, though, was really cooking. They were really cooking. SRP nuclear nuke 'em. We don't know where the submarine is. Just toss a nuke under there. It'll blow up. And get me pictures of Spider-Man. That's awesome. What the hell? There are some pictures of Spider. I'll tell you who Spider-Man is. I'll tell you who the Soviets are. They're a vigilante. Like, it's like, wait, what? It's just a wild concept in true Cold War technology. Yep. Labeling the subrock a rare specimen, he said only a couple of others are known to exist. Cool. A big shot shroud. This nose cone-like casing carried large aluminumized plastic balloon satellites atop Thor missiles for inflation at high altitudes during NASA's 1962 Project Echo experiment flights from Complex 17. Draper said the balloons were ejected and inflated at 250 miles above Earth's atmosphere, and technicians bounced radio signals off them as NASA's first communications satellites. That 250 miles is almost the ISS height. How are you going to get a balloon to inflate up there? It's impressive. I mean, air tanks is the answer, but also, that's still pretty impressive. Very interesting, and we're unaware of any other big shrouds left in existence. This could be the last of its kind, and we've had it here on display since 1968. ARCAs. An Arcus weather rocket launcher. Hundreds of these were launched from the Cape back in the 60s and 70s. And what they did, before a major space launch or maybe a missile test launch, something along those lines, they would launch scores of these Arcus rockets to gather upper atmospheric wind data. So a weather balloon. Museum officials believe their cannon-like Arcus launcher is the only one of its kind left in existence. What's more, Sands and Isaacsman's donation will fund a fourth undisclosed restoration project that will illuminate a fascinating untold historical Cape story. Oh, there it is. Oh no, Jupiter missile nose cone was recovered in the Atlantic Ocean about 1,500 nautical miles downrange from launch. Cool. Please restore the Delta IV CBC. Draper said museum officials still have quite a few outdoor static displays on the Cape Fear Naval Space Force Museum grounds, exposing the vintage metal artifacts to one of the most inhospitable preservation environments in the world. Yep. The intense sun, the intense heat, the intense humidity, not just a salty ocean breeze, but a heavily ionized salty ocean breeze from what corrosion people tell me. Yep. There's also exotic pests, tropical storms, and all kinds of other issues to contend with. Draper said a historical restoration contractor will analyze and disassemble the subrock, big shot, and Arcus launcher, and then remove active granular corrosion, replace damaged material, apply a zinc layer. Oh, sweet. Galvanize it. Let's go. Repaint and reassemble for the museum display in Hangar C. Sweet. The final product is something that looks new off the assembly line during the Cold War era while still maintaining much of its historical material as possible. This is actually a super good article from Florida Today, to be honest with you. Guys, go link this. Link this up. Go give them the clicks, please. This is actually a really good article. Who wrote this? Rick Neal. Good for you, man. This is a fantastic article. And then we're going to be able to use some of these funds for securing key one-of-a-kind artifacts from private collectors for individuals for the museum. Cool. I'm looking for the Delta IV stuff. That's a great article, man. Control F. It's the fun of having something find it for you, man. That's not fun. Delta IV is CBC. Atlas V is CCB. So the museum, you can see it on Google Earth. It's right here. You can see the outdoor stuff. Right here. So that's the outdoor displays here, guys. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. I've actually seen this museum. Not many people get to see this. I've seen it before. There's a IUS transfer vehicle. There's a Titan 1 sitting out. Get to crawl around in that thing. Titan 1, Carolox, LR-87, using kerosene and liquid oxygen. Titan 1s. Crazy. There's also a locomotive there. One of the Titan ITL locomotives is there. That's an EMD switcher locomotive. And then that's what I was wondering. I'm wondering if Rook gave him enough to fix that thing. That's the only Delta 4 core left in existence. That's the last one. Coincidentally, it's also the first one. Yeah, it's also the first one. That was the experimental Delta 4 CBC that started the Delta 4 program. That's why it's there. That is a real Delta 4 with a real RS-68 in it. Yep. The only one in existence. I was hoping that they would do that, but there's also some bits of integration buildings from the early parts of the space program there. And then, of course, it's on LC5 down here where Alan Shepard launched. Well, the remains of LC5, let me put it that way. The one that lights itself on fire during launch? Well, not anymore, Flykin. It's retired. Delta doesn't fly anymore. See, man, if you remember right, the LR87 is the only engine that can go between two different fuel types. That's correct. Yep. You can adjust the turbines are geared like a transmission. So you can actually... Here. I know because I've seen them. The turbines are geared. So what does that mean? So I'm trying to find a good picture. Here, this is the one at the Cape. This should be good enough. So, okay, take a look. So this is an LR87. An LR87 is technically two rocket motors. Technically. These two rocket engines work in a group. As a group. They never had these engines individually. So the LR87 are these two rocket engines as a package. So there's one on the other side. You can see pipes on the other side going to this motor, and then pipes on the other side going to this motor, and pipes on this side going to that motor. They're mirrored. So if you're looking at the engine with the turbine assemblies and where the rocket engines are, right? Say my thumbs are where the rocket engines are, they fit together like a L, like that. So here's the thing. There's a gearbox in here. This is why the LR87 could run on different propellants. Right there. If you look, you have two turbo pumps right there, or two fluid impellers right here and here, and that's moving fluid through here into an injector plate. See it right there? Now, you see this thing right here? That's a gearbox. The gas generator is down here, or whatever generator you're going to use to spin the pumps, right? And then the pumps are geared. There's a gear riding on this shaft right here. Hey, Art, 54 months. And that gear is, I forget if there's an idler gear here or something, but it goes to this one, and the gears drive the secondary fluid impeller as well. Both of these pumps are actuated off of one gas generator. The RL10 does something kind of similar to this, right? I've seen these gears and held them in my hand before, which is pretty sweet. So all you got to do, if, different propellants, so like kerosene, right, as opposed to Aerozine 50, as opposed to hydrogen, all you got to do is change the rates on the impellers, change the RPM on the impellers. You change the ratio between one moving to the other to deliver the right oxidizer to fuel ratio into your injector plate to get combustion, right? All you got to do is change the gear ratio, and you can get the engine to run off whatever. It'll really run off anything. All you have to do is make sure that the pumps, I say all you have to do like it's some easy thing to do, right? Oh, just swap it out. It's a quick change rear end, right? No, but the LR87 is one of the only engines that's ever run on three different types of propellants. It's hypergolic. They've done it with hypergols, hydrolox, and carolox. It runs on all three. Not at the same time. Not at the same time, just in case anybody was wondering. Very impressive for the time. Yeah, that's what America was. That's what we were cooking up. They were like, this rocket engine's good. This Carolox rocket engine is good. Let's make it run off hydrogen. See what happens when we make it run off hydrogen. Okay, hydrogen is good. How about, because we want to use it as an ICBM, what if we run it off hypergols? What if we run it off Aerozine 50 and NTO? And they're like, oh, that works too. And then the majority of LR87s ran off of Aerosine 50 and nitrogen tetroxide, hyperguls, because they were designed to be ICBMs. Retaliatory strike weaponry in the U.S.'s nuclear doctrine until the mid-1980s. And Titan was no slouch by itself either. It delivered, if a Titan had ever been launched in anger, it would have been the largest nuclear warhead ever deployed. We never made anything, the U.S. never made anything as big as the Soviet Tsar Bomba, but the Titans carried something that was not almost as big, but pretty freaking big. Hey, MC, 52-month resub. Did you see the new photos of the B-21 Raider? Those ones? Yeah, I've seen those. They're pretty good. Yeah, LR-91 is very similar, Thomas. Yeah, the Titan's upper stage. Mm-hmm. Did EJ shave his head? Yeah. The Russians only made one Tsar Bomba. How many of these did we make? Titans? Hundreds. Here. I can get you that production number. There's a maybe I don't think it was here before I look at it. I don't think it was hundreds. I think the production run was 60 or 70 Tesla, something like that. $81 ICBMs. Yeah. There was a lot of them. Yeah, the W-53. Exactly. Dude, the W-53 is no joke. That's the biggest nuclear bomb we've ever fielded. Ever. This thing. 9 megatons. That's... death. That's what that is. W for won't end well. I've actually seen one of these. There's one of them there's one of them at Pima, if I'm remembering right. W-53 on display at the Titan Missile Museum in Tucson. The W-53 was actually in Pima when I was there. It was inside the building. Yeah, the Titan Missile Museum. See that booster right there? I've hugged that booster's engines. Because you're not going to hug a rocket engine? Yeah, it's that thing's engines. Yep. Oh yeah, we have a video of that somewhere. We have a video. I hugged that booster that's in the one that's in the silo. That's its engines. Hey, you wouldn't? You wouldn't? If you had the opportunity to hug a rocket engine, you wouldn't. Stop looking at me like that. 33 Hongers. Hey, EJ, what's going on, buddy? How are you? That was a dude. You're not gonna hug an LR-87. That's a pretty awesome engine. In service from 1962 to 1997. Yeah, I'd say that that's a pretty good design. Saber was telling me how terrible it was going to Pima. T-Man, it's probably because I made Saber walk around in the desert for 8 hours filming me geeking out at stuff. Saber was probably... I'm pretty sure he was pissed at me by the end of the day. Yeah, sorry, Saber. Sorry, man. Oh, Thomas, you have it bookmarked for us here. You want to see me being weird? Watch this.
That's cool.
It is cool.
That'd be a light for, well, it's either a spotlight or that'd be one of the lights for an airport. No, it's got controls on it, so it'd be a spotlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Notice that your boy went around the corner.
I'm in my happy place.
You wouldn't? You wouldn't? Who was that other person? Don't worry about it. I'm in my happy place.
On it, so it'd be a spotlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No comment, Colonel.
I'm in my happy place.
Yeah, I'm in a happy place. It's an LR87. You're not gonna not hug the LR87. Oh, nice, Elfish. Unknown. Did you see the small test fire today from the Scottish Island pad? Is that Saxivord cats? I've seen test footage from the other day. I haven't seen the footage from today. Yeah, we found a wing box from a Gloucester meteor that day. Is it before? Let's see. Dude, this trip was amazing, by the way. This trip was nuts. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe a F-80? I don't even remember that. No, that is not an F-80. B-25, A-26 maybe. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff outside of Pima. Man, that's a cool truck. You saw the engines too. Yeah. Lizard. That looks like a hypergolic fueling vehicle if I had to guess. There it is. Gloucester Meteor. It'd be rude not to. Yeah, Honkers, exactly. Yeah, it's just a Gloucester Meteor. I stuck my head in there and it smelled like coyote piss. Yeah, so I stopped. Yeah.
I want one of these.
Or no, 64. 64.
I want one of these. I want these. I don't know what its particular purpose is, but it
It's a
looks
man. What the heck is it carrying? Hey,
Yeah, but
look,
it
a
sounds good if she
starship.
just goes, I want a man.
exactly right.
Junkyard full of airplane parts. And rocket parts. You guys should watch that video. The video is pretty rad. Anyway. Yeah, check this out. This is the next bit of space news. The B-21 Raider. Edward, they were doing more tests out at Edwards. They got some really, really, really nice... Oh. Hello. Yeah, we're just give me a second. Yeah, it looks like a falcon from the side, right? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a really nice picture. You're not wrong. Hey, that's a lot of iterative design over millions of years. It's pretty good design. Just saying. The Falcon looks like it has spoilers. Yeah, you saw it. I mean, it's a pretty All I'm saying is that, look, it's a pretty good design. That bird has been around for a little while. Just putting it out there. Give me 1 second. Maybe WD-40 is onto something by doing a lot of bird watching. Dude, it really does. Hey, nature's the best design, dude. Nature has had all the time in the world to prototype. Rapid iterative design over millions of years. Rapid iterative design. Oh, right. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. Not that guy, though. That guy's like, but you know what I'm talking about. Right? Rapid. Yeah. Yeah, some people are like, yeah, and other people are like, yeah, all right. Giggity. Anyway. Fun fact, birds are not invisible to radars. Radars have low-pass filters, too. Lots of forking in the tech tree of life. Correct. But I ain't no biologist. But yeah, check this out. Actually, I just noticed this in this picture. Hokey, you tell us what we got here. I know what we got here. Chad, do you know? Hokey, I know you know. Nothing exceeds like excess, Thomas. Okay. It's pedo. Instrumentation. This is a developmental pedo sensor. The production version, this is how you know it's a pre-production prototype or test vehicle. See, yeah, serial number 1. See what I mean? SN1 right there. Take a look. So this is a flight test article. The final versions definitely won't have that. That is a developmental pedo. Anytime you're testing a new plane, you're going to have a developmental pedo sensor on it to make sure that the actual pedo sensors, your airspeed indicators, that's what that thing does. It senses how fast the air is moving over the vehicle, right? You have a DFI, a developmental one, and you use that to make sure that the ones that are actually on board the vehicle are working, right? It's called developmental flight instrumentation, or DFI for short. Check this out. We're going to bring this full circle here. See? Is that the B-21 Airborne? Yep. It's a bayonet for the plane. Yeah. Yeah, pointing it. Well, no, orbiter goes black side down for mounting to the 747. See? Check it out. That was the developmental flight instrumentation for the shuttle, for Shuttle Enterprise. The real pedo sensors are I actually learned this from that Real Engineering video, and I'm not ashamed to say it. The one that said that the vehicle needs to do a roll program because they can't turn the pad. Anyway, moving on. I actually learned from that video that the shuttle's actual pedo sensors are retractable, and they're right here underneath the RCS quadrant. It's the only male shuttle. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. Seems we have guests.
I brought a special VIP guest with my pizza. Your pizza.
Did you bring V-Dub here?
I did bring V-Dub here.
That's in-laws, and
I made it.
you made it. Congratulations.
Thanks.
How do you feel?
Well, good.
Good? All right.
Do we have any more that laundry, the peach.
Yeah, it's in the fridge.
You gotta try this.
You gotta try this alcohol.
That's what I'm afraid of. See, I thought you were gonna twist this one.
What?
What do you mean?
This was gonna be like against that wall.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know
In my
either.
head,
What is
in my
happening?
gatherings, I
Oh,
thought,
you gathered wrong.
always.
You want to get me a cold snack to wash this pizza down? I love you.
I love you.
Thank you for bringing me pizza. No. No, I'm good. Just give me a second here. Yeah, Immolated, that real engineering video said that the shuttle needed to execute a roll program after liftoff because what was it? Because they couldn't turn the pad or something. It was pretty cringe. But the pedo sensor thing I actually didn't know about, so. Does she realize she just met a bunch of new friends? Yeah. Yep. Pineapple? No. In the garage, I can hear them. Yeah, Grenadiers, yeah, it's a little awkward. James, how you doing? What are you doing in my garage? What? I can see you. I have cameras. Are you breaking my truck?
No, I found your hidden chocolate.
What?
Your Tim Tams. That are in the fridge. Don't. Oh yeah, like you weren't trying to open them.
One in the tin box?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think there were any in there.
Yeah, it's tape shot. We can smell chocolate, Steve.
How did it?
You can have it. Go ahead. I just put that. That was a present from a viewer. I thought it was just like a collectible. I put it in with the other Tim Tams, and I was like, oh, I don't know what that is.
You don't need to open it. I just was like.
All right,
Yeah,
fine.
we do.
I
We
didn't-
did open it.
I just thought the image of me and my mother looking at the box of chocolate, trying to decipher how to open it up was pretty good. So.
My in-laws are here, Chad. By the way. I don't know if you knew that.
All right, love you, babe.
See ya.
You know what? I'm gonna bring Daddy.
There's none in there. It's empty. Crap. They're in my man cave. Get them out. Get them out. Get out of my man cave. What are you doing? Just give me a second. Let me finish my damn pizza. So, real talk. Definitely forgot those Tim Tams were in there. They've been in there for like a year. Not even kidding. Oh, nice, Clavic. Well, I'll be dipped. Did you get out of my laboratory? No, Didi, no. Yeah, see, Nerf, you get it. Ricardo, what's going on, buddy? No pineapple, dude. Absolutely not. Clavic, the pictures are in the aviation Discord, you said? Bro, you saw a flock. Yo, let's go, dude. Let's go. That probably sounded amazing. Here, hold on one second. That's a lot. Wait, what's end of the world formation, Nova One? What does that mean? I don't know if you're kidding or not, dude. Yeah, so you only have 6 Chinooks in the UK? That can't be right. Oh, okay, Nova One. Well, I mean, Clavic, where'd you say you saw these? Colorado Springs. Training. Training, no doubt. If it's Colorado Springs, it's training, dude. I don't know what the Army is doing in Colorado Springs, but hey, whatever. Anyway, more space news? More space news? More snooze? Space news? Is that space news? Y'all get any more of that space? So, talked about the B-21, talked about airplanes. I love airplanes. So, excuse me, one hop. I'd be amazed if that were true. Chinooks fly over my place in twos regularly. Yeah, the sound that Chinook makes is pretty rad. Yeah, Phil, that was actually my next thing that I had teed up. New lift fan demonstrator. Whoa. Yeah, we still got Nuglins to talk about. We got explosions. Did you guys see that explosion? Yeah, we did. So the other day, I was about to say some guy in the Space Force, but I forget the gentleman's name. Calandelli, I think was his name. Frank Calandelli or something. He was basically saying that ULA is not delivering their Vulcans fast enough. And I don't know if there's any merit to that, but just to make sure that ULA put that to bed, Tory Bruno definitely just posted this in response. How there is 22 Vulcans in the pipeline right now. So, yeah. You'll see in a second. Oh, yeah, 21, because, yeah, one is already flown. Frank Calvelli, there we go. Yeah, so Tory Bruno, it's kind of cool that the dude he said that. Like, it's not cool that, that's not really a cool thing to say, like, considering. But, I mean, Phil, what I was saying a little bit earlier when we were talking about this, when we covered that article, right, was that I said that ULA hasn't seemingly done anything because they're scaling. They are retooling their production line, and they're scaling a lot. And, yeah, Tory Bruno has posted a ton of these pictures. Look at all the Atlas boosters. So this is ULA's factory in Decatur, Alabama. It's basically next to Huntsville. Yeah, that basically Tory Bruno just went on posting rampage of like all the stuff they're making. Look at all those centaurs. Now that's the part that I like. 5-meter centaur. This is truly a blessed timeline. We are truly blessed to have 5-meter centaur. Yeah, Creeper, there's a lot. And there was a Vulcan core on the left side too. It's beast mode, man. They're scaling pretty hard, dudes. That's why we haven't seen them do anything in a little while. They're scaling. They're retooling and they're scaling their production line. Scaling a production line. Ask any Factorio player. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That takes time. It takes time. Even if you wanted to go from like 10 per second production rate to 100 per second production rate, or even 20 a second production rate, that takes time. Now imagine doing it with rocket parts, which you kind of have to do in Factorio, but you get the idea. Yeah, honks. That's what I mean. 44B4s in production, dude. They're cranking them out. The Centaurs are sweet, though. That right there is one of the best upper stages ever devised, ever. Centaurs, 5-meter Centaur is genius. That's my favorite part of Vulcan. Taking those things, sending them up into space, put some solar panels on the aft cargo carrier, because these things have there's mounts down here. There's mounts down on the bottom to attach stuff to, and what's called aft cargo carriers, right? You can attach aft cargo carriers to this, solar panels, fuel cells, and make this a reusable on-orbit spacecraft, a space tug. That's what you could do with this thing. You could do that. That's pretty cool, man. And there's a lot of them. Just saying. Now, if they just had something to launch, Greg, they do. There's 38 Vulcan launches from just Blue Origin. That's not including Department of Defense payloads. Remember, ULA got 60% of the National Security Space Launch Phase 2 Launch Services Procurement Contract. That's a mouthful. Basically, the Department of Defense wants Vulcan. They want a lot of it. 60% of all DoD launches until 2028 are going to be launched on a United Launch Alliance vehicle. Now, couple that with the 38 launches that Jeff Bezos bought for Project Kuiper, and now you need to go from launching once or twice a year to launching 10 or 11 times a year. We're talking about a tenfold increase in production rates here. That's what ULA has been doing. That's what they've been cooking up over the last year and a half. They lost about 5%. Yeah, they've pivoted some payloads to SpaceX, Ricardo, but yeah, that's because it's going to take time. It takes time to scale. I don't care who you are, dude. It takes time to scale a new launch vehicle. Right? Like, I'd say that at least ULA is doing it pretty damn gracefully, considering the legacy old space contractor they were a decade ago before that guy got at the helm. Look at all the hardware, dude. That's what I mean, man. Hardware speaks volumes. Talk is cheap in the spaceflight industry. I can say I'm going to build a reusable space plane in the next 10 years if I get funding. You know, anyone can say they're going to do anything. The hardware is what speaks. It ain't what you know. It's what you can prove. No, look. And not only, you know what? I didn't even notice this. Not only is this picture first stages, but it's showing their accompanying second stage. Look at that. I didn't even notice this. Dude, by the end of the year, at least three of these cores are going to be ready to go. And their upper stages. As Jack would say, more rockets, more better. Honkers, that's why Jack and I are such good friends, because we both understand that. And Sawyer, too. That's why I get along with those boys, because we know I don't give a frick who launches, man. Launch more. I want more rockets, not less. Ain't nobody out there gonna convince me that less rockets is better for the industry. That's dumb. Contraction is bad for the industry. Right? That's not good. And dude, we're at a point where look at this. This is great. This would be great even if Falcon 9 didn't exist. But we have Falcon 9 and we have this. This is great. This is great. It's a great time to be a space fan. I don't hate this. This is fantastic. Oh, except them. Yeah, God, they can go piss off. Do you believe ULA scaling is financially efficient? Old constructors have difficulty in reducing costs with numbers. Yes, I do. Absolutely. First of all, it's Amazon. The capital's there. Second of all, ULA is not run by a moron. Okay? Not implying that any other spaceflight companies are. I like Elon. I like Peter Beck. All of them. They're all good. Anybody that has the balls to get into this industry, you have my utmost respect. The point that I'm getting at is that Tory Bruno is the CEO of that company. He's not just some guy that's finance bro. Tory Bruno's an engineer. An engineer is running ULA, a very, very good engineer at that. Look at Tory Bruno's resume, Ricardo. Should tell you everything you need to know. Look at the projects he's worked on. He's an engineer for Lockheed, Skunk Works. Well, technically not Skunk Works. It was Lockheed Space and Missile Systems, but it's Lockheed. Lockheed doesn't make bad things. They're not known for that, unlike other legacy aerospace companies. Anyway, moving on. Starliner has been delayed to June 1st. Yes, I was waiting for someone to ask that question because I had that pivot set up. I'm not even kidding. I had that set up on purpose. I'm not going to lie. No. Starliner got delayed out until June 1st. So here's the thing. You could say I might be reading into it a little too much. That'd be fair, right? Oh yeah, honkers. Yeah, watch Smarter Everyday's videos. You see what kind of guy Tory Bruno is. That guy's a legend. Seriously, legend in the aerospace industry. Like, dude, ULA. Let me put it to you like this. We're about to talk about Starliner. ULA 10 years ago was where Starliner is right now. Like, not good. That guy came in there and fixed everything. The last CEO of ULA got forcibly removed. Let's say that. So, anyway, moving on. Starliner got delayed until June 1st. Now, here's what we need to know. Well, let me put it to you like this. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this isn't ridiculous. This whole space system is cursed. It's ridiculous. But, so here's what happened. During the crew flight test, they found a valve in the service module was not working correctly, and it was leaking helium. A valve in the service module that was part of the thruster actuation. That's part of thruster actuation. So, helium is used to pressurize the thrusters, the fuel tanks for the thrusters. So, if you're leaking helium, you have no ullage, no thruster. No thrusters is bad. Yep. Okay, don't cross the streams. Okay, Egon. You said crossing the streams was bad. Okay, perfect. Great safety tip, Egon. Yeah, not having thrusters in space, very bad. So they found a helium leak with one of the thrusters, or one of the valves that are part of the thruster systems, from what I understand. Now, here's the thing. Do leaks happen with valves? Yes. All the time. Especially on a new system. Yep. Getting valves to work in the aerospace industry is a pain in the butt, just because of the crazy transients that the valves go through. You can have a valve that's at ambient, and when it opens, the temperature drops 200 degrees. I don't care what it is. There's not many substances or mechanical designs that can be able to take that kind of thermal shock. But somehow valves do. I mean, clearly there's a way to make it work, right? Because, Falcon 9. Clearly there's a way to make that work. But, new design, you find teething problems. That does happen. It happens. There are all kinds of teething problems with the space shuttle, subsequently the same exact ones that Starliner is having. But, once again, I digest. No, that's another story. But you are going to have teething problems with spacecraft. Now, here's the thing. They gave a date. They gave a date for this. So the first thing was that they postponed the launch until the 17th, right? Pending that helium valve, right? And they said they would investigate it. And if it needed to be replaced, then they would move the date out. So they went from the 17th to the 25th because they saw that thruster was leaking. And they verified it and tested that it was leaking, right? So now they're replacing it. Replacement is not, that's hard to do. It's hard to replace parts on a spacecraft. It's not like swapping out a muffler bearing or something. You know what I'm saying? Actually, it just worked on the exhaust on my truck. Making exhaust is not easy. You'd think just, hey, make pipe go over there. No, there's a lot more stuff to take into account, but that's another story. It's a spacecraft. You got to be very careful. More importantly, you don't want to mess up another system when you go reaching around inside of a spacecraft trying to fix something and change a valve. You have to depressurize helium. You have to do this. It's going to take some time to replace that valve. But the fact that they are committing to a June 1st date shows that this problem is not that big of a deal. It's something you definitely want to, you probably want to fix that. Not having thrusters in space is probably not a good idea. Just, I mean, I don't know. I played Kerbal. Whenever I don't have thrusters, Jeb does not have fun. Just saying. Just putting it out there. But also at the same time, this shows that this problem is fixable. Because every single time they've committed to a new launch date. Even though that launch date has moved out a little bit, they've committed to a new one. Which tells me that either A, they don't see it as a big problem, or B, it actually isn't a problem. And I'll leave that one up to you guys. You guys discuss amongst yourselves, I guess. I don't think it's that big of a deal to be 100% real. I don't think it's a big problem. If it was a big problem, we wouldn't have seen concrete dates to fix this stuff. They know how long it's going to take, and they were just giving us dates depending on the contingent findings of testing, which makes sense, makes perfect sense. I actually appreciate the transparency, to be 100% real with you. Helium is for cold thrust. Could they use nitrogen? Yeah, sure, of course. Nitrogen is more mass, though. That's less delta V for your spacecraft. Think about it. Go look up the mass of nitrogen, of a nitrogen atom versus a helium atom. The reason why we use helium, Ricardo, is because, well, A, helium is very conductive of heat, but that doesn't really jive in this scenario. But B, super low mass. Super low mass, non-reactive gas. Super low mass, non-reactive gas. It's helium. What? Helium. What? Yeah, my record's coming out never. There's a teleconference tomorrow regarding Starliner. At what time? A que hora, amigo?
Discovery, go
Mac B, 40-month resub. Spin straight fire or helium. Spin straight fire or helium. I don't know. Brick it fresh. Yeah, I'll stop. Don't stop? Oh, all right. Mac B with the 40-month resub. Better to be on the ground wishing you were here than the air wishing you were on the ground. Good point, Honkers. This is a flight test. Don't screw around. You want to get a good baseline with flight test. Doesn't matter if it's Starliner, doesn't matter if Dragon, doesn't matter if the space shuttle. You got to get a good baseline. You got to get a good bench test. So, getting a good bench test means fix your stupid leak on your thruster. Even if it might not be a problem, fix it. You don't want to roll the dice on the first flight like that. That would be stupid. Yeah, Gujarat, we were just showing the B-21 pictures on stream. I approve of wicked space shuttle. Sorry. What? Mouth dubstep.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Sorry. I told you, you're the ones that said don't stop, all right? Cyborg, 47 months. I've lost the bleeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. The radar, sir, appears to be jammed. Raspberry. There's only one man that would dare give me the raspberry. It's not all he's lost. Go back to the post surface. Boom. Why you feel so comfortable here, chat? The references come at you hard and heavy here on the stream. What the hell is going on? Nothing, I'm fine. Anyway, so, as if you didn't think ULA was making moves. Here, one more thing. You know. Oh, I'd like to point out that the Centaur chattering valve was replaced. ULA had remedied that problem in a week. Just pointing it out. Now the problems are with... This is not the valve that originally scrubbed the launch. That's a good thing to say. Anyway, here, check this out. Woo! What do you think about this?
Wow, where'd you get this? Oh, looks military, definitely military. Are you talking about our back door? There's a girl over there.
Greg. Greg, you know what, man? I understand that the engineering process takes time, but and I'm quick to kind of not run interference for Boeing, right? Like, you know, you promised to launch in 2017. I don't know if you guys looked at a calendar. It's not 2017, right? I wouldn't mind if Boeing had said it's going to take until 2024, you know, or at least 2022, but they're like 6 years behind schedule. So I think some criticism is warranted. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to do when I explain what's going on with Starliner, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with the program. I'm not, certainly ain't defending them, but I will say this once, I'll say it again about Starliner, dude. The whole program does not reek of incompetence. No, it doesn't reek of incompetence at all. Inexperience is the key here. Inexperience. Nobody at Boeing's ever made a capsule before. Nobody at Boeing's ever made a spacecraft before. Maybe save for like the X-37B. That's it. No, Boeing has never made a human-rated space vehicle, ever. They bought companies that made them. Rockwell, North American. Well, Rockwell, formerly North American. Boeing makes stages. Historically, they make stages. S1C, external tank. SLS core, not historically. You get what I'm saying? Boeing's never tried to build a spacecraft before. The heck do they know about that? Now that's on NASA. That's on NASA because they said, "Oh yeah, that's the legacy, guys." Why did you think somebody clean sheeting a capsule that's never made a spacecraft before was going to be your substance contractor for a commercial crew is beyond me. I don't know why somebody at Boeing must be really good at selling things. Just saying, because NASA fell for that. Anyway. Delta 4 is a McDonnell Douglas design. The more you know. Ding dong ding. Airgas has no problem, no return or issues with us. Call Airgas. I think SpaceX uses Airgas, unironically, dude. SpaceX uses Airgas to fill up methane at Boca Chica. Just saying. I was at an Airgas the other day. They seemed like nice dudes. Anyway, so now that I've said that about Starliner, let's go. Boom. So, what do you think about this? Aeros. We are thrilled to announce a groundbreaking agreement between Aeros and United Launch Alliance to revolutionize aerospace logistics. This collaboration will explore the potential of Aeros's electric variable buoyancy airship to transport ULA's launch vehicles across the country swiftly and sustainably. Leveraging our cutting-edge airship technology, we aim to enhance efficiency and reduce environmental impact in aerospace transportation. I'm sorry, what? What was that? Forgive me for swearing, but excuse me, what the actual frick? Love you, Pastor, dude. I'm with you. Yeah, Greg, I hear you, man. And once again, here's the thing, dude. I don't think Boeing's above criticism. You promised the capsule 6 freaking years ago. 6 years. You are 6 years late. If I was 6 years late for anything in this line of work, no one would watch this stream. Okay? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not so much as equating my really crappy space news stream to building a manned spacecraft, but also at the same time, when you say you're going to do something, So, yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. You've been 6 hours late before. And I had less viewers because of it, Hellfish. It's almost like there should be consequences for actions here. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. So, back over here. What? I don't understand. What? Hold on. Let's go look. What is Eros? Eros blimps. Worldwide Eros Corporation is an American manufacturer of airships based in Los Angeles. It was founded in '93 by current CEO and chief engineer Igor Pasternak. Cool. Was born in Soviet Kazakhstan, raised in Soviet Ukraine, and moved to U.S. after Soviet collapse to build airships. Very nice. Soviet collapse. Naughty, naughty. Anyway, that's cool, man. So, I'm actually wondering, are they gonna... Dude, that looks like the Pridwin. Ad Victorium Brothers! Anyway. Actually, also, I'm pretty sure that hangar isn't there anymore. Yeah, Tustin. Yeah, that hangar burned down. But anyway, what are you gonna move with that? You know, I asked in that thread, you know, I have to ask, what are you moving with this? And Tori Bruno did not reply to me. So nice ascent. Yes. So what, the study would be a big airship with a big cargo bay under it. What are you going to move? Air. Well, you know what, Sam? I guess I can't argue with that logic. Jeez. I guess I can't argue with that. No ticket. That's Thunderbird 2. No, yeah, something like that. Something like that. Good. That was good. That was good. Some fire over in the YouTube chat, just like there was fire in that hangar. Man, I'm being a little savage today. What's the payload of a blimp? Guys, I don't know if you guys are familiar. I mean, let's just take the most famous dirigible. Let's take like the Hindenburg, for instance. That was not a small vehicle. How does that thing move? There are propellers on the back. I think I think that one was just a test article or something. There is propulsion. How a blimp works is that you have little tiny propellers or azimuth thrusters on it, right? They can turn in different directions and kind of move the blimp around, but you can turn them backwards and it'll just fly around. And then you just got some stabilizers. Like, I say this like it's some easy thing to do, but yeah, I mean... Excuse me. So, these things, like, excuse the symbols on the back of the vehicle. These are not, they're not small. That is not a small piece of equipment. Look at the truck. See the truck right next to it? There's a little, you can just see it. There's a little tiny Mercedes-Benz truck right there. That big. So, what can you move with it? Oh, you can move a lot. You can move a lot with this thing. Yeah, look at the command deck right there. See that? There's like, airships have like a whole, dude, it's like, they're almost as big as some cruise ships. Maybe not like a modern cruise ship, like a cruise ship of the time. These are not small things. If you made one big enough, you could move around rocket stages. Sure, no problem. Easy peasy. With a 66 metric ton cargo capacity and a cargo bay measuring 220 feet long, 40 feet wide, 30 feet high, we are excited to begin the study to determine the requirements for the EVBA to accommodate and transport even the largest ULA launch vehicles. They're going to do it. They're going to freaking do it. They're going to move Vulcans around with this thing. Are you serious right now? You now have 6 points left on your license. Scott replying said they should fill the Vulcan course with helium. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that, dude. That's crazy. The Akron had 400,000 pounds of lead. Yeah, the U.S. dirigibles. The Macon and the Akron. That's right. Yeah, these things are not tiny pieces of equipment. The crazy thing is that this isn't the inflated part. There are balloons inside of this thing that make it. The balloons inside of it are what make it float. So, like, the point is that not all of this is filled up with gas, right? There's like a whole usable space. You could fit what I'm trying to tell you is that you could fit a hangar in here. You could fit a hangar for stuff in there. That's right, exactly. The Akron, that ship right there, the U.S. dirigible, right? That was supposed to be kind of the answer to the Hindenburg or the Hindenburg class Zeppelins, right? That thing could carry aircraft around in it. Yeah, the U.S. experimented with that. Check this out. See what I'm saying? Look at that. So, I mean, could you put one of these? Could you move around one of these? Sure. You could use it to move around a rocket stage. Sure, why not? The USA should use airships to haul coal. Technically, it all is filled with gas. Yeah, not the gas that you want. And I would very, very quickly point out that these things will not be filled up with hydrogen like that thing was. That didn't. That didn't end well.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See link in Discord. There's a lot of Discord channels, and oh, you DM'd it. Eh? Hey, Giggins. What's up? 98-month resub. How you doing? Yeah. Here, check it out. Actually, this is a really good link. Super high res. Danke. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? Badezimmer und Bar. Küche. Kitchen. Treibel. Ja. Last for the Akron Hangar Bay. That's what I was trying to find. Yeah, here, take a look. See what I mean? So you could absolutely look at that. Hangar Bay. You could absolutely fit rockets in these things if you made it big enough, sure. Pretty scalable design. Smoking room. Yeah. Kabinen. Yes, the navigating room or navigation swam. Ferragondol. No, Ferragondol. Yeah, control car. Anyway, the hydrogen wasn't the problem with the Hindenburg. It would have gone up even if it was filled with helium. It was the thermite, skin, and static in the atmosphere that was the problem. Oh, okay, Tessa. You go float around in a hydrogen-filled dirigible then. Oh, wait, you don't want to do that. Why not? Oh, the skin is inflammable, so yeah, it should be fine. It's perfectly safe, right? You feeling all right? You sure? What's the bow mooring cone? Yep. That's where the blimps dock. Helsinki, yeah. Blimps, that's its docking port. Was the blimp empty at the moment of incident? No. No, it was not. It was completing a transatlantic crossing. Yeah, a lot of people passed away. Not cool. Starlink is targeting 10:45 p.m. now. Should have known. I actually want to point out just something very interesting. There's a reason why the Germans knew that hydrogen could potentially be more volatile. They did know about it. The US cut off Germany's helium supply. We embargoed them because of we put a tariff that basically said no more helium for you. So the Germans started filling their dirigibles with hydrogen because they had that. Yeah. Oops. All right. Yeah, they knew that it could be bad. Now, Tessa, I'll agree with you. I don't think they realized making the skin that lightweight could be a problem. But yeah, there you go. All right. Anyway, so yeah, is it possible to move a rocket around with a blimp? I guess so. I'd be very curious to see where this goes. Yeah, one ground crew. Yeah, it landed on somebody. That's some Final Destination stuff, dude. Yeah, doping canvas with thermite. Yeah, that they probably should have thought about that one. Anyway, yep. Anyway. All right. So, blimps. That was interesting space news. Now, I want to just move around the Cape here while we're still doing that and check this out. And Blue Origin actually posted this the other day. We're rolling out our New Glenn simulator again today for a series of transporter erector integrated ground tests in preparation for launch later this year. The tests will include powering up the pumps that provide pressure to the vehicle hydraulic system, validating the ground system supplying commodities to the rocket, and a rapid retract test of umbilical connections. And we have just a stellar picture of the transporter erector with the New Glenn Pathfinder pieces on them. Oh, yeah. That's pretty good, man. New Glens. I know you're somehow more interested in the transporter erector, sure. You got a commag right there. Dang it, Helvik. How you made me look. The commag. I wonder if they lifted that from Delta 4. That looks like Delta 4's transporter. For transporting Delta 4 upper stages. It's going to be quite a spectacle when this thing starts launching. Dude, you ain't kidding. I mean, like I said, it's not... New Glen's is not as powerful as, like, SLS or Starship, but it's almost as powerful as those. This is about as big as you're going to get for a heavy lift system. You know, Nova, you put it a good way. Reusable Saturn 1B. Yeah. Yeah. People are walking under that TE right there, by the way. Yeah. It's no joke, dude. This transporter erector is huge. Are they going to recover the booster from the first flight? I don't know if the first one's going to come back. Maybe. Yeah, they're moving it on SPMTs, which is crazy. Are they going to build the transporter erector for New Armstrong? Eventually, they have scalable goals, Hellfish, but I haven't heard anything about New Armstrong, let alone the bits and pieces of information we get from New Glenn. The first one will try a landing. Cool. Jeff named the catch boat after his mom and then scrapped it. I don't know what to tell you, homie. I don't know what to tell you. Not a lie. I know about the Jacqueline. Yeah, we figured that out. Imagine the wiggling on the way. Imagine that wiggling on its way down like New Shepard does. It probably won't wiggle as much as New Shepard just because the booster is a lot longer. The control surfaces have way more moment over the center of mass than on a little stubby guy like New Shepard. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't wiggle too much. As long as he doesn't name the transporter erector after his dad. Huh? Okay. Anyone that thought that the big ship was a good idea was on something. That seemed like such a bad thing. Yeah, landing on a vessel with people on board is with a rocket. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah. Probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, it's probably shouldn't do that. Anyway, cool to see an update from New Glen's. Here, check this out. This is coming from Harry Stranger over on Twixer. Look at this. NASA, Natural Environmental Policy Act. SpaceX operations, area expansion, and supporting infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center Supplemental Environment Assessment. Agency, NASA. Action, finding of no significant impact. FONSI. So, what is this FONSI in regard to? SpaceX expanding its Roberts Road facilities down at the Cape. 100-acre expansion of Roberts Road. That's crazy. Hey. So this is a page for the from the environmental assessment from the National Environmental Protection, right? Finding a no significant impact means you can build here and it won't be too invasive to surrounding nature, etc., etc. Now, I know before people say, well, freaking tree huggers. No. You do environmental assessments on where you're going to build so your castle doesn't fall into the swamp. They said you couldn't build a castle in a swamp, but I did it anyway. It fell into a swamp, so I built a second one. That fell into the swamp. So I built a third one, lad. That burned down, fell over, then fell into the swamp. But the fourth one, that stayed up. Stayed up, lad. But Father, I don't want to build rocket launch sites. I'd just rather sing. Oh, no, you're not breaking the song up in here. Anyway, Roberts Road is right here. This guy right here, and this area right here, which looks to be originally like it was a former orange grove. Anyway, So that's SpaceX's current area. This is Hangar X, where they refurbish Falcon 9s. Over here is a building that's as big as the Star Factory at Boca Chica. And the area that SpaceX is looking to procure is about that. About that right there. See this area? Yeah, they're basically like tripling the size of this place. Well, yeah, triple. Yeah, whatever. You get the idea. It's big. They have purchased all this land for activities. Maybe building bunk beds or something. Maybe they're gonna build bunk beds. Go look at the emails in the document. His name is Donald Dankert. That's an awesome name. All right, cool. Dale, no power tools. No power tools. It's all right. I'm done anyway. Ooh. Gonna be fun. No, not Appendix B. What the? How much of this is there? Oh no. Oh. Oh. Okay. Spartan, 53 months, only 101 more months until the critical failure occurs at 154. 154. Okay. The general opposition. Commenters generally stated that the project would negatively impact biological resources, water quality, and the local ecosystem. NASA appreciates the public's input on the proposed project. Commenters' general support. Where's General Disarray? And Professor Chaos? Professor Chaos! Anyway. Commenters express general support towards SpaceX and the proposed action. NASA appreciates the public's input. NASA appreciates your input. Remember. All right. Time to put the gas masks on. We're going in. Do like Saints and remove the appendix. First time back on Twitch in 2 years. No idea who you are, but I followed. All right, man. Thanks, Duck. Hell yeah, dude. I like talking about space. That's what I do. I'm a spaceflight nerd. But I also... Okay, you said you haven't been on Twitch in a little while. So here, let me say this real quick. YouTube chat, this isn't going to make any sense, but just bear with me. So, I do a lot of talking about space. We try to talk about it at least once a week. I used to do it every day, but I realize that this is Twitch, you probably should play video games. So yeah, I play a lot of games, but they're STEM games. So I try to use the video games to teach people about space or engineering or anything like that. Or we just like shooting things in Fallout sometimes. That's cool too. Like, it's good. But anyway,
Discovery,
yeah.
go and
Doc,
throttle
thanks for
up.
the follow, man. I appreciate it. Oh, you got gifted a sub. Right on. I'm sure they appreciate the input, Rev. We're going in. Put the gas masks on. Why did you say former, NX? That's weird. Veritasium has a video on the comeback of airships. Interesting. Okay. Human Fart Cave!
Discovery, go and
3-month
throttle up.
resub. Hell yeah! Because it's been like a year. Well, I was going to play Summer Car next week, but now, you know, I don't really feel like doing it anymore. You're going to do me like that? Fine. We can have it your way, Dr. Venkman. All right. This email originated from outside of NASA. Please take care. Okay. Wildlife habitat in Florida is dwindling, and the expansion would take away an additional 100 acres. This is taking a disastrous environmental toll on our fragile ecosystem. Do we really need more than 2 launches per week? This is a resounding no. Please do not allow further development. NASA appreciates your input. That's just empty. That one has nothing in it. It's just empty. Thanks, Miles. All right. This very small area has been preserved for future generations of all kinds of species. Once we take this land and wetlands away, we no longer have this land to use for our wildlife. Do we really need more than 2 launches a week? Yes. Yes, we do. Okay. NASA appreciates your input. Get Outlook for Android. She didn't... Never mind. Again. God. All right. This is an action that can't be undone. This area was set aside for many species of wildlife in Florida. Please don't take this away from them. Please don't take this away from future generations. Once this action is complete, it can't be undone. Please don't destroy any more of this beautiful land. Thank you. Do these? Okay. NASA appreciates your input. So does EJ. But here, let me show you guys something. Let me go back into Google Earth real quick. Just before, like, okay, yes. Of course. All right, so see all this? See all this right here? This entire area. So the launch sites are down here, mostly. You see all of this area right here. From basically about a third of the way up Merritt Island, right? All of this. That's all the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. All of it. Now, in case you're wondering about scale, okay? This is not a small area, okay? Let's just go from the middle of Merritt Island all the way up to Lighthouse Cove. It's 30 miles. See that? That's a lot. 45 kilometers long of pristine beach. Because no one's building anything out here. Now, let me show you the area that SpaceX here is proposing, right? So I showed it before, but I'll show it again. I'm just providing context here, okay? So this is already the area that SpaceX is using. So let's just say the proposed expansion is here, right? And let's say it's about that, give or take. Oh, did the thing again. That. See that? That yellow area. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that's an inconsequential amount of area, but also why not use the other launch pads? So Matt Strat, this is for a factory. You don't want to put your factories near launch pads. This is not for a launch pad. SpaceX will use for wherever they want to ramp up their operations with, they'll use pre-existing pads. They're not going to build many new launch pads. This is for Starship factory. That's what this expansion is for. Now, okay, once again, even on this picture, that's still not a small chunk of area, right? I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that's not 100 acres. That's a lot of land. But if you've ever been to Cape Canaveral and you've ever gone across the NASA Causeway, you know that this is not a small piece of land. That's huge. I think people are worried that it'll continue to expand. I understand that, Matt, for sure.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now, if all of this was made into a gigantic factory, like all of this chunk of area, even me, I'd be like, yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. You don't want to throw the ecosystem too far out of bounds. But this is an inconsequential amount compared to the entire Merritt Wildlife Refuge area. And I'd like to add that this area is on Kennedy Space Center. Kennedy Space Center is not Merritt Wildlife Refuge. It's not like they're taking away from Merritt Wildlife Refuge. It's already KSC. It's already KSC property. But I digest. 20,000 acre Roberts Road factory. Let's do it. Yeah. If the factory was like all of this entire strip right here, then I'd be like, okay, we could probably like do that over here and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like you just do it over here instead of like right there. But it's really, like I said, important to present context. All right. Now, one, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I care. I don't care. These people are like, you're going to erase nature permanently. Believe me, if nature wants to take it back, it will. It will. And there's really nothing we can do about it. So if nature wants that piece of land back, it will take it and it won't give us any notice. They'll evict it pretty quick. The ocean do be like that. Dear NASA, I've lived in Cocoa since 1993. Like many people who live in Brevard, it was NASA who originally brought me to this area. I was accepted as I was accepted to the 1991 6-week summer program called NASA Space Life Sciences Training Program. I spent time in Hangar L. The Florida Today newspaper article, NASA gives 30 days to comment on SpaceX expansion at Kennedy Space Center, prompted this letter. The article also stated some wetlands and scrub habitat will have to go. NASA's environmental study says, I would ask that NASA diligently consider all possible alternative options, please. See? This this is a reasonable person. Alternative options. I like this guy already. Pretty cool. Yeah, Marrakesh, the Dutch. Hold our Heineken. Anyway. Last night, I watched a program on the Weather Channel 27 titled The Earth Unlocked Wetlands. I was amazed. We humans tend to look at the wetlands as wasted land. Absolutely not. I don't even have a shred of argument in the natural race here. I want more rockets, but also it's an ecosystem and it needs to be balanced symbiotically. The wetlands aren't wasted land. The wetlands are the reason why you're breathing right now. Yeah, that it's kind of important. You kind of need that. Should probably not. All right, anyway. The program shed light on the wetlands, extolling their human benevolence with functions such as filtration and purification of chemical toxins and absorption of extensive amounts of carbon. See, that's funny. Additionally, wetlands provide habitat for thousands of species of aquatic and terrestrial plants and animals. Wetlands are valuable for flood protection. Remember what I said a second ago about the ocean wanting to take it back? Yeah. Flood protection, water quality improvement, shoreline erosion control, natural products, recreation, and aesthetics. See? I like this guy. This is how you argue opposed instead of being like, no, think of the children. No, the children. In regards to scrub habitat, having visited the font change, the Cruikshank Sanctuary in Rockledge, Florida, the experience was very endearing. It was as if the scrub blue jays intentfully were singing for our benefit, interacting as if to entertain us, and seemingly posing for our photos as we walked along the path. I personally have taken bus tours into NASA's historic launch facilities and rocket gardens. Might there be a way to repurpose some of the older, no longer used launch areas for the benefit of SpaceX? In summary, I sincerely ask that NASA consider all alternative ideas before plowing under wetlands and tearing apart scrub habitat for SpaceX. Personally appreciate SpaceX launches as their efforts and innovation are captivating. My business indirectly benefits from it. See? Leanne, hell yeah, good for you. Leanne's cool. We like her. Be like Leanne. That's cool. That's how you argue opposition. Cool. What a G. Now say that, oh yeah, we appreciate your input. Okay. So, actually, let's look around. Could that actually be a thing? So, a lot of this, before they made this the Merritt Wildlife Refuge, a lot of this is former orange groves. Like all of this in here, see? They're all orange groves. So using as much of that as you can would probably be cool. Concise, respectful, and non-demanding. Yeah, honkers. Yeah, be like Leanne. Leanne's cool. With that being said, I don't think this land was cultivated for oranges here. That is scrub. That's scrub land for sure. Up here though, maybe that. Who knows? See, alternative options, I'm in. Let's do it. You know, maybe use some of that. Maybe use that big parking lot behind KSC. I don't know. Maybe SpaceX doesn't want to do that. Anyway, there's plenty of other places, like over here. I think that's ordnance storage. Probably don't want to do that. Could build over here. That's solid rocket booster, old solid rocket booster refurbishment facilities, if I'm remembering right. Could be wrong. Could be left. Who knows? Anyway. But you can tell this was all farmland at one point. The trees that are all in line like this, orange groves. All former orange groves. Especially around KSC here. Or KSCVC. That's all former orange groves. See how perfect the trees are? That ain't no coincidence, boy. Big parking lot is being used for ML2 staging. Ah, damn it, Reb. Yeah. And you don't want to take up that strip of land right there. That's pristine. That's where the eagle's nest is. You don't want to screw with that. I get that. I understand that. That's fair. All right, let's see this next one. Hi, I wanted to let you know that the study done in 2020 is not sufficient since the launches have increased and the study is inaccurate. Since SpaceX has grown, my house has to be washed constantly. My windows broke, my walls cracked along with my sink. The breathing problems has also increased, so there has been a negative impact to the environment. I cannot even imagine what the boom is doing to the wildlife. It's not normal to be startled that often either. I wish SpaceX well, but it has not been a benefit for us. Having so many launches is impacting the environment I have witnessed before and after. Your sink is part of the environment? Oh, YouTube chat. Falcon 9 broke my sink. Yeah. I don't know about breathing problems and stuff, dude. But then again, I don't live there, so I don't know. My house has to be washed constantly? It's beyond the environment. Yeah, think like, whatever. NASA appreciates your opinion. It is kind of funny to say Falcon 9 broke my sink. Not to undermine what that lady is saying, but that just sounds funny. Okay, anyway. Let's see. I'm in favor of the proposed Roberts Road expansion on KSC. I look forward to humans returning to the moon, visiting Mars, and then venturing to many other places in the solar system, and perhaps beyond. As you already know, Starship's capabilities will also enable vast expansion of what is possible to send into orbit, greatly increasing our knowledge in science and exploration, as well as greatly decreasing the cost of that exploration. I am in favor of the first option. It would be cheaper and faster. This is not about cheap. This is about environmental impact, man. Oh my God. All right. Okay. NASA appreciates your input. Moving on. Let that sink. Oh no. All right, next, to whom it may concern. Rocket mail. Wait, no way. Did that guy have a rocket mail email? No freaking. He did. To whom it may concern, after reading the Florida Today article about the plans for SpaceX expansion at Kennedy Space Center and the open period for public comment, I have decided to send in a comment. Yes. Okay. I know that my comment will not wield any influence over this proposed expansion. I write this because it gives me an opportunity to say a few things to get my opinion on the record, and that is enough. All right. 2 to 3 times a week, late into the evening and into the early morning, my cats begin to growl and start to run and hide. And when that happens, I know that I'm about to hear the walls and windows of my house begin to vibrate and shake. And I'm about to feel the sensation of deep rumbling in my body of yet another SpaceX launch of satellites. When these launches occur, as they do now on average multiple times a week, every week, I often wonder how the people who live closer to KSC can stand it. Because they get paid. That probably is something. I'm just, correlation isn't causation, but also probably because they work there. Okay. I reside 43 miles away from KSC in a neighborhood called Brandywine Estates, out on the west side of I-95 off of 192, near West Melbourne, but still within Brevard County's jurisdiction and adjacent to what was, until recently, undeveloped land. If my house way out here on the southwest side of Brevard County shakes, what happens to the houses right nearby? Maybe those residents just love the space industry so much they are willing to deal with it multiple times a week. Maybe they cannot wait for there to be even more satellite launches given the proposed expansion. Walls are shaking in West Melbourne? Nah, bro. Yeah, nah. I don't think the noise is as loud as, I'm not trying to downplay it, but also my house is located in the center of one of the most southwestern cul-de-sacs in the neighborhood. When we first moved into the house in 2006, my kids and I thought it was fun that we could walk outside to the cul-de-sac to see the upper reaches of the occasional launches from KSC. On a few occasions, we would experience the sonic boom associated with these launch. Brevard County was, after all, the Space Coast, so it wasn't expected and integrated part of life here in Brevard County. We were happy to share in the joy and admiration of that space legacy. I've had the pleasure of getting to know elderly friends who were some of the first people to work in the space program here. Their stories were fascinating and certainly added some color to the bit of knowledge I brought with me when we moved here. Do the residents who live much closer to SpaceX get as excited about what is being launched by SpaceX as what used to be launched from Earth to the outer limits? I wonder. That grammar. Anyway, are there going to be the same kinds of exciting stories shared by future old-timers about all of their satellite launches? Maybe so. Yeah. I hope for the sake of future younger generations here in Brevard County. What is this? What? I don't know if the stories will reach the level that the stories my kids heard from the old-timers they met who had worked on the Apollo missions and were involved in building the whole industry here. Nothing can ever be the same, of course. Generations pass away, and even my family is not sticking around Brevard County. My kids intentionally left Brevard to attend college out of state and establish their lives there, and I will be moving on too, I hope. Well, my kids and I enjoyed the occasional view of the NASA launches from our cul-de-sac. We were more fascinated with the daily visitors that appeared in our yard and neighborhood, which included deer, birds, turtles, possums, armadillos, and even the occasional cow from the ranch land behind. At night, the stars were so bright, and we spent many evenings just going outside to look at the moon and constellations. Such fun memories. What? There's more! And there's a poem! What? Wait, what do you do? Okay, alright. But the nights around here are no longer dark enough for me to see the stars clearly on a regular basis. And the noise from Heritage Parkway from the west and the noise from the expanded I-95 on the east had already sandwiched me in and diminished any kind of peace and quiet. I have to go see my son in Tennessee to experience again what it's like to live in a place where the night is quiet and the stars are bright. And now these multiple SpaceX launches of satellites fill the skies through and through with rumbling sound waves that rattle my house and scare my cats and likely other creatures as well. Thank goodness there are no plans to build anything underneath the ground around here. A Hyperloop would not work well here in Brevard, and that is a relief. What? I wince at the idea of more natural, undeveloped land being cleared in Brevard County, but that land SpaceX wants belongs to KSC. Correct. Given what has been allowed to be built around there already, what good is that land to the citizens here, the creatures that have resided there forever? How many creatures have left that area already? I will have to leave that to the serious environmentalists to argue about. I have to say, though, that the most ardent environmentalists I've ever heard from while living here in Brevard County have been the most concerned and obsessed about the Brazilian pepper trees, not the fact that Brevard County is being mowed down day by day. What? I'm more distracted these days by the natural habitat being cleared around me in my part of Brevard County and being built over with houses that bring to mind a little song my grandfather used to sing as he drove past the houses that had taken over the hills of California's Bay Area. Don't make me sing this, please. Don't make, I don't want, please don't make me do this. Please don't make me, I don't want to. I don't want to. No, I don't want, I'm skipping it. Please don't make me do that. I don't want to, I have a line. Here's the line. I'm not crossing the line. Screw that. No. No. Nope. 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 I'm not doing it. Please don't make me do that. Christopher Walken it. All right, I can do that. NASA appreciates your singing. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes all the same. It's wacky. There's a pink one and a green one and a blue one and a yellow one. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. And they're all made out of ticky-tacky. They all just look the same. That's my song. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. There you go. You happy? You happy? You happy we did that? I'm not happy we did that. Let's see, walking in the park. Yeah, that's right. Don't encourage this behavior. No. No. That's what you gifted 20 subs for? Come on, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm sitting here for like 8 hours trying to figure out a logic computer and get no subs. I sing that crap and get fit like...
Go at throttle up.
Oh. It's so frustrating, I swear. Oh my God. Support your local artist. Okay, all right. People love you singing. You did find a way to get more revenue. Yeah, just read everything in this voice. It's the voice. You got to do it.
Discovery,
Oh
go at
God.
throttle up.
Spartan, thanks for the 20. Charles, thanks for the gifted sub, and Goose, thanks for the 5, dude. I appreciate it. Matt Strat, 2 months. McCheeto, 300 bits. Goodfellow with a 27-monther and Arkside gifted another sub. Damn it. That line was totally worth crossing? Oh, come on, man. No, what? Why did that... Oh, this job, though. This job sometimes... Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here? All right, anyway.
Discovery,
I needed
go
to
at
finish
throttle
this to read the rest of this. Oh God,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
God gifted 5 and Charles gifted 5 more. Oh no. Oh, now sing it like Johnny Cash.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello everybody, my name is Johnny Cash. Have Zoidberg sing it. Please don't make me do this. Please don't make... I don't want more subs. Please don't make me do this. Oh my God. Okay, what the... Why did I do this? Why do I do this to myself? Okay. All of a sudden, this has become a whole different channel. We're trying to discuss important environmental impacts. What has always been ruined by Zoidberg. Why shouldn't Zoidberg sing this song? Maybe I should sing maybe I should read the rest of this in this voice. Postal gifted out 10. Oh, what the... Sun Temple with 500 bits in there. Oh my goodness. We shall mold him into the streamer he never wanted. You want me to do that, huh? There's little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes. They're ticky-tacky. They're boxes everywhere. And I can't. I'm not doing that. I can't do that anymore. They're just everywhere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I went up there. I saw these boxes. I said, whoa, there's boxes. Tremendous boxes. I gotta stop. We 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 gotta stop. Postal gifted out 10.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh God. You know, I know. There's all these boxes.
Discovery,
They're tacky.
go and throttle
You go up to these boxes. I walked in. I saw. Whoa! They're ticky tacky. They're terrible.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's a reward for reading through the lengthy email. All right, that's fair, man. That's fair. Blue Flare, 51 months. Thank you. Mutter did the 100 bits for the emote. That's fair.
When this absurd apartment complex named Integra Station was built behind my neighborhood a couple of years ago as part of a plan to build a town center in the middle of the ranch lands, I knew there was no stopping the transformation of Brevard County. Oh, yes.
I can't do this. I can't. Please don't make me. The architecture of Integra Station is supposed to invoke a space station, and their marketing includes photos of photoshopped rocket launches,
Discovery,
as if
go and
one
throttle
could
up.
watch the rocket launch from the window of one of these apartments. You just said you can see them from your house, and this is next to your house. What?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, there's ticky-tacky boxes. They're just boxes everywhere. They're square, different from a circle. The Dymaxion house is a circle, not a square. Circle gets the square celebrities. All right, I don't know. I'm just going to keep going. And I thought Flame Trench went off the rails. Yeah, it's mostly my fault, honkers. Yeah, it goes off the rails because of me. And you know what? I'm not apologizing for it. Maybe I do it on purpose. Yeah, I do. My lot in life. Actually, wait a minute. I was the one reeling in them last time, all right? I was reeling in Jack Sawyer and Trevor. We got Trevor to go off the rails. How did we get Trevor to go off the rails? How did that happen? That kid's stone cold usually. I got Trevor to go out there, dude. We got dude. I don't know. We'll see if it goes off the rails again tomorrow. Yeah. Your fault? Yeah, you're probably right. You stole this space station, this watch, this train station. I smuggled this train station for 4 long years. I smuggled this watch. Your great-grandfather owned this watch. You'll be damned if the environmentalists are going to get their greasy hands on it. I will see you in December. Tomorrow. All right. Reel it back in, please. I always thought that was funny, given its location on the rural side of town. But not really much to laugh about, as the apartment complex itself is a manifestation of the neglect and rejection of what has been. What? They really ought to update their marketing to show visions of all these inspirational SpaceX satellite launches. Brevard County is changing. A constant lack of regional vision around here is more to blame for what is happening, not the existence of SpaceX and its constant satellite launches. What the This is about environment.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ever consider using a text-to-speech add-on to rest your voice? Nah. Why would I do that?
I can do the voices all the time.
Who hurt you? When I leave, I know I will be leaving a Brevard County of the past, never to exist again. This is the same feeling I had when I left my beloved home of California. As it was being further transformed by the fixation on the internet and all of the things virtual, and seduced by the enormous amount of money that came with all of that. That money helped build SpaceX, in fact. The irony is amusing. My California is now a mythical place, and what I might call my Brevard will be too. It was wonderful while it lasted. NASA appreciates your input. Next email. Face the wall, please. Oh, sorry. No, that's something different. I'll have whatever they're on. Well, Chuck, they're on something called California. Never do California. Ever. Don't ever do that. Trust me. Don't do that. Bad idea. I'm just kidding. I like California, but seriously, you know, even people in California that live in California, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean. Anyway. I know, it's going to be great. I'm getting, you know what, Phil, this spring, like, okay, I like hearing opposition. I seriously, okay, like, jokes aside, I do like hearing opposition, and that's why I decided, you know, it'd probably be cool to read through this, right? I like hearing what people have to say. It's important to get a good grasp on what's going on. But it seems like every single email that I've seen here seems to be about Brevard County, which is fair. That's fair. That people, there's a lot of, Florida is experiencing a lot of influx right now because Florida is inexpensive. It's very, the cost of living is not very high down there. And it's also sunny all year round. That has a lot to do with it. And also rockets. So that's pretty cool. It seems, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like these people aren't, you know, the crazy influx is causing a lot of problems. It definitely is. The traffic in Florida when I was down there last time was way worse than I'd ever seen it. And I lived in Florida. I lived there for 2 years. It was never that bad. It was bad. I got stuck on 528 because some moron jackknifed a tanker truck and the tanker truck exploded. Got stuck on 528 for a long time because of that. That road is really straight and there's no exits for a really long time because it goes through all this brushland. But also, yeah. That guy totally put, yeah, hey, whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, that was some Alan Wake stuff, right? Joey Hurdle. Oh my God. I mean, hey, at least it was kind of put together, you know, but yeah, I mean, I understand the place getting built up. It definitely is. It's definitely, like, I seriously, like, all joking aside, I get that. Florida's a lot busier than it was the last time I was there. You know, I think that's fair. That's fair, but honestly, that's something you should be writing your representative, not an EIS for a SpaceX facility, right? A public comment period on an environmental impact survey for a 100-acre facility on Kennedy Space Center property. Like, it's very clear that some rep down there ain't doing their job, whomever that may be. I don't know who it is. Like, because once again, I do see a pattern with all the dissenting opinions. They're all saying it's becoming too built up. It's too loud. It's too built up, right? Every single one of them said that. But yeah, writing, you know, this is the importance of understanding civics, especially if you live in the U.S. Write your representative. Seriously, they will answer you. And if you're annoying enough, they'll do something about it. But that's your point. You're supposed to be annoying. That's the whole idea. The entire email was a classic NIMBY complaint. Yeah, I mean, you're already in an apartment complex. I mean, hey, it is what it be. You know, that sounded like she was hitting the wine a bit hard. Maybe. Anyway. They're annoying, so I can be annoying too. Bingo! There you go! We didn't throw tea into the harbor for no reason, man. Anyway. Hello, this email is to provide feedback on the proposed SpaceX expansion at Roberts Road. I work as a facility planner at a computing aerospace company. Okay, facility planner, all right. And I have a pretty objective view of this project since this is what I do for a living. I don't think that word means what you think it means. No force. Okay. All right. All right. I agree with SpaceX building a new article production facility for the final assembly of their product. The part I do not agree with is building support facilities such as office space. There are plenty of suitable properties in Titusville where office space will be constructed. Those facilities do not need to have direct adjacency to their final assembly facility. Yeah, they do. That's the whole SpaceX's modus operandi, is to have your engineers next to the technicians that are making the thing, so you don't have a Tom Spakowski moment. But whatever. It would be better if Cape Canaveral retained as much conservation area and space for water runoff and only planned critical infrastructure. Okay. All right. Competing aerospace company. What would you say you do here? I'm just putting it out there. The only other people that are building mass facilities down at the Cape are blue. There's relativity, but most of those other facilities are mostly using infrastructure that's already there. So this person could be that. But also at the same time, I mean, we didn't read the comments for Blue's EIS on their areas either, but whatever. Whatever. Next. NASA appreciates your input. Sir, ma'am, I strongly urge a reconsideration of the proposed action of the Roberts Road SpaceX area expansion, and instead urge a support of the no action alternative. An expansion of Roberts Road site under the proposed action, an alternative one, would have lasting detrimental effects on an area-threatened environment. Such impacts include destruction of designated protected national wetlands, as seen in the attachment. According to a presidential memorandum on November 3rd, 2015, linked below, it shall be the policy of the Department of Defense, the Interior, Agriculture, the Environmental Protection Agency, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, and all bureaus or agencies with them agencies to avoid and then minimize harmful effects to land, water, wildlife, or other ecological resources, natural resources caused by land or water disturbing activities, and to ensure that any remaining harmful effects are effectively addressed consistent with existing mission and legal authorities. Well, how long of a Google search did that take? Just putting it out there. Expanding the Roberts Road area would result in, by your own estimates, a loss of no less than 68.2 acres of natural wetland loss, approximating 68.2% of the total area under consideration. While this is a small percentage of the Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge as a whole, it is still a vast area of wetlands to destroy, while alternative areas exist which have already been disturbed in support of NASA's operations in the past. From personal experience as a design engineer, you don't want to be across town when someone at the shop floor has a question. Yeah, vertically integrating a company, dude, especially when it comes to engineering, 33, I'm with you 100%. I mean, I'm not naming names, honkers. Not naming names. But there is an aerospace company that has their engineers in areas not that make sense to the integration of the company, but it makes sense to save money. So there, certain company has places where the engineers are in an office on the other side of the country from the factory where they make things. Just saying. How's that working out? Yeah, how's that working? Is that working? Oh, bad? Yeah. Okay. Additionally, the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act, 16 United States Code 668-668D, enacted in 1940 and amended several times since, prohibits anybody without a permit issued by the Secretary of Interior from taking bald or golden eagles in their parts, nests, or eggs. The act defines take as pursue, shoot at, poison, wound, kill, capture, trap, collect, molest, and disturb. Regulations further define disturb as to agitate or bother a bald or golden eagle to a degree that causes or is likely to cause, based on the scientific information available, 1, injury, 2, okay, yeah, Google, yeah, okay, you can copy and paste a Google search. We got it. Don't molest the eagle, okay? Okay. By your own admission, there is currently a bald eagle nest within the operational buffer, which would be a clear violation of 16 U.S. No, there is not. There is not. That's nope. Wrong patch of land. What if the eagle gives consent? Maybe. So Roberts Road is right here. The expansion area basically goes to this right there. The eagle's nest is in this area right here. That's not close. See this? That, in fact, this area you can tell has been untouched for a very good reason. Karen's 4, Leanne 1. For real. Did they read the proposed plan? No. No, probably not. It's very clear that this... Look, man. Been on the internet for a long time. I can definitely tell when someone copy and pasted Wikipedia in chat and says like, well, EJ this. Yeah, no, it's really easy to spot. Yeah, really easy to... With that being said, getting the same vibes here. Yeah, not gonna lie to you, getting the same vibes. Yep, yeah, copy environmental protection in Florida. Google search. Oh, look at this document. Here you go. Oh, see, you're breaking the law. Hoki's like, I do that all the time. All right. Again, please select a no alternative action and conduct an assessment at a less vulnerable site. There are plenty available on KSC that are currently being underutilized, and there are plenty available at KSC that are currently being underutilized in the proposed action. Furthermore, Furthermore, SpaceX is a company with demonstratively poor understanding of ecological impacts as evidenced by their operations in Boca Chica. Just pulled that zinger out right at the end. Okay, JDG. I don't see any drop frames in OBS, but I'll look. NASA appreciates your input. This next one, though. There's the wobbly. All right. Okay. Hello from Wichita, Kansas. I agree with SpaceX being allowed to expand and operate in KSC. Well, they should meet all environmental requirements by the EPA. They should be allowed to construct and test as they are assessed. What? Well, eventually meeting regulations, this should not be a reason to delay. With that said, as long as they are operating with due regard and are not being reckless in their development, I would find no reason for the delay. SpaceX is in a rapid development stage and is almost certainly on track to developing the future of space travel and should be allowed leniency when it comes to its development process, and further delaying will not be in the best interest of the people at large. Oh, okay. I mean, once again, this isn't about humanity at large. This is about the environment. Like, I agree with that, dude, for what it's worth. I agree with you a lot. I ain't wearing this shirt for no reason. Kansas guy says, build whatever you want. We don't mind. Yeah, okay. And it's not just me. Like, all right. All right. This is great. This is fantastic, man. This is fantastic. I love it. Mr. Dankert, I wish to provide public comment to the Roberts Road SpaceX expansion project. Per a September 19th, 2023 Florida Today article, SpaceX proposes to expand its Roberts Roads operations area by 100 acres within Kennedy Space Center. The site would be removed from Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge oversight. The article indicates, well, okay, he's talking about oversight. All right. The article indicates 100 to 115 acres of relative undisturbed habitat will be impacted by this project, including 68.2 acres of wetlands and surface water. While I understand NASA can restrict access to the refuge based on its operational needs, SpaceX is a private corporation. Why should a private corporation have the ability to impact and remove 100 to 150 acres from the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge? Doesn't Florida have enough wetlands and surface water? Okay, here's the thing, guys. You don't want to encroach too far in the wetlands. Encroaching on wetlands and filling in stuff displaces water. That's not good for if you live near water. Okay? Once again, every dissenting thing I've said, they're all saying the same thing. They're all saying that you're building up too much. You're building up too much, except for this guy. I'm not sure where this guy's going with this. But anyway, I think that's a fair point, to be honest with you. I think 100 acres is a drop in the bucket. I don't think that's a big deal. If anything, you know, I think a fair thing here would be, okay, you have 100 acres that SpaceX is taking from the Merritt Island Refuge, add 100 acres to it. Done. Easy peasy. Add 100 acres. I mean, I think that's fair. Do you think that's fair? I think that's fair. Some of it is, James, but some of it isn't. Where do you get the extra 100, though? That's what I'm talking about, think. Florida has plenty of undisturbed terrain, dude. You go out here, Cow Creek, Maytown, there is nothing out there. Nothing. Remember that road I was telling you about with no exits? 528? There's a reason why there's no exits, because there's nothing out there. So, take some of this. Say no one can build here. There's plenty of open space. Take this area right here, Willow Creek Commercial Center. Screw that. Buy up the land right there. Done. Or over here, around Port St. John. There's plenty of places where you could do that. You know? Fine. No building past MIMS. Screw it. Go up here. This area right here. You could expand it. You could expand it down here. Florida is huge, dude. There's plenty of space. Like, Florida is very green, comparatively. It's like the climate or the terrain is like the Netherlands, but there's palm trees and alligators. So it's the Netherlands with palm trees and alligators and rockets. Yeah. And cars. No bikes. Sorry, guys. We don't do that over here. Okay? We don't do that. And pythons. Yeah, that's right. The National Wildlife Refuge System is a network of protected lands created to protect iconic species. Allowing SpaceX to expand onto as much as 115 acres of Merritt Wildlife Refuge would not be protecting this land as per the National Wildlife Refuge System's purpose. This National Wildlife Refuge is habitat to 21 species listed as endangered by the state of Florida. 146 acres of threatened scrub jay habitat will be lost. While other scrub jay habitat is to be created, there's no guarantee the threatened scrub jay will populate this created scrub habitat. The Netherlands have some islands in the Caribbean. Yeah, Curacao. I know. In Saint Martin? Saint Martin. I mean, that's true. That's fair. You don't know for sure, but I mean, nature is pretty resilient, guys. Like that's the thing. Nature's pretty damn resilient. Like, don't get me wrong, we definitely can farm species to the point of extinction. That humans can and have done that, absolutely. But nature, you shouldn't underestimate nature. People don't give it enough credit, I don't think. I'm not American, but from a distance, I'd imagine that the space industry has done more to protect wildlife habitat on the Cape than harm it. Yeah, dude. The reason why this is a wildlife refuge is because you can't build anything near a launch pad. You're not going to build houses near one. That's the reason why this wildlife habitat exists. If the Space Center was not here, it would look like that. Full stop. That's a good point. I'm serious. That's what it would look like. Let's hope they recover. You love eating crab unless you're Alaskan crab cheese. Yeah, Magic Hut. That's kind of weird. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. People, it's very strange. Okay, and guys, I'm no environmentalist by any means. Like I'm very, very much an industrialist. I like building things. Okay, but I also understand that there is a balance. Every system has a balance. Every construct has a balance. Earth is a biological construct that needs to be balanced. If it's not balanced, bad stuff happens. Dust Bowl, yeah, can think of that off the top of my head. That wasn't cool. Yeah, we don't want that. That's from over farming, but that's what I mean. There's a balance for a very good reason, right? These people seem to not. But with that being said, people seem to not like the. They treat it like we're the stewards of nature and that nature wouldn't exist if it wasn't for us, which is hilarious to me. Like, nature's pretty damn resilient. It's pretty damn resilient. Never quits. Ever. Like, I think, yeah, there's obviously a chance of a species not moving from one scrub habitat to another after we, built something on it, but it's kind of funny to claim to be an environmentalist, but at the same time discredit environmental resiliency, which is maybe I don't know enough about it. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, Golthrix, exactly. That's the vibe I get. Well, who knows if the species is gonna migrate over there? We don't know that. Like, dude, nature has been existing on this planet for, what is it, 6 billion years or something? I'm pretty sure it'll figure it out. As long as we're not too invasive, we got to find a balance. Like I said, nature's pretty damn resilient. nature wouldn't exist if we weren't there. Nature takes over if we weren't there. Yeah, dude, it's very strange. I see a lot of people make this argument, like, we are the stewards of all of nature, which is strange. $3 billion? Is it 3 billion, Sea Kraken? Sorry, like I said, I'm not a languager. I'm not a historiologicaler. No, sorry, I got the number wrong. I was off the top of my head. Point is, Earth's really old. Nature, Florida's existed a lot longer than we have. Okay, that's what I'm getting at. And so a lot of the species there, like alligators, have been there for a long time, unchanged for millions of years. Yeah, King, it's very absurd. That's like... I don't know. All right. Gator tastes good? Never had gator, dude. Never had it. Wouldn't be able to tell you. Yeah, I don't know. Like, once again, I'm not saying that that guy couldn't be wrong. Like, he might be right. Who knows? Anyway, Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge attracts over 780,000 visitors annually. These visitors come to see 1,000 species of plants, 117 species of fish, 68 amphibian reptiles, 330 birds, and 31 mammal species who make the wildlife refuge their home. These 780,000 visitors add to the economy of Brevard County. I would be curious to see what that compares to tourism gained from the spaceflight industry. Pretty sure the amount of people that visit KSC is way higher than that. Trying to use that as a for oh my God, why would you? How did you live in Florida and not had gator? I didn't have time, dude. Lived in Florida, never had gator? Yeah, what tastes like chicken? Really? Really? But people come to the Space Coast to hike. Yeah, using the wildlife refuge tourism as a cited statistic as to why you shouldn't, because it's an economic, why you shouldn't develop this area for space flight is a weird... That is a weird argument to make, man. Because if you're trying to make the claim that economic drivers are tantamount to this, well, I'm pretty sure SpaceX makes way more tourism than 1,000 species of plants. That's not the own you think it is. How do we know that chicken doesn't taste like gator? King, you ever have tasty wheat? How do you know what tasty wheat tastes like? Maybe the machines, whatever the machines think tasty wheat tastes like eggplant or tuna fish. Yeah, trying to claim an economic driver against the space industry, space tourism industry is not smart. I don't think that's a good idea, but whatever. It's a false argument. You're not supposed to be messing with the wildlife area. Yeah, that's a weird point to make. SpaceX's project to expand into 100 to 115 acres of relatively undisturbed habitat of the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge should be denied. Our nation's wildlife refuges should remain protected from encroachment. Okay. NASA appreciates your input. They said so in this document. Can you read the next comment in the voice of Morgan Freeman? NASA's directive to expand opportunities to make outer space a must should work well with SpaceX. That was a sentence. I do think risk mitigation to the environment must both happen for the short and long term of the future. If they can make that happen, then I vote yes. Sincerely, James R. Belts. Yeah. Hey, this one is for the paper pusher, Magical. This one is for the paper pusher. Can you imagine the intern, the lowly intern at the EPA that had to read all this? You have to. It's the law. They have to read it. No matter how mundane, you have to. It's public comment. So somebody had to put this all into the record. We're doing this for that person. Thank you, underpaid intern or not paid intern at all. Dear NASA, I've worked through late. You've read things like this. Oof. Yep. Did they publish a Cliff Notes for the report? The Cliff Notes was a finding of no significant impact. SpaceX is going to build the factory. I just wanted to read the dissenting opinion because I thought it would be interesting to read what the naysayers had to say. And also, NASA appreciates the input. As a native Floridian and Brevard County resident since 1985, I respectfully request the 100-acre expansion of SpaceX has requested to be denied as the long-term environmental impact to the area far outweighs the short-term benefits to the corporation. Thank you for your time. Yeah, why does she think it'd be short term? Interesting. You have to do the next one in Kennedy's voice. Can I just keep doing the Morgan Freeman voice, please? Chat went and asked me to do a bunch of different voices for all these different people writing about the environmental survey. Say the line, EJ, say the line. Yay! Short-term profit relative to the age of life on Earth. Yeah, I understand the context, of course. What about short-term living compared to the life of the Earth? You know, 1985 was a long time ago. 3 billion years ago was a long time ago as well. Sorry, I'm trying not to get too spicy with this stuff, okay? The South Park episode where Morgan Freeman reads Butter's book. Everybody moves. All right. You mean 6,000 years ago? Still, that's still more than 40 years, damn it. I mean, I understand what you're doing there, Bertak, but still. Stellar, 11-month resub. Thank you. We're reading the public comment section for the SpaceX 100-acre expansion at Roberts Road. Oh, there's some good ones in here. Oh. Yeah, Mr. Dankert. I am writing to express my extreme dismay at the thought of future destruction to the wetlands of Florida in order to support the profit of a company. Our Indian River Lagoon is on the verge of collapse. Those wetlands help filter pollutants before the reach of the lagoon. The loss of even more filtration will be another blow to any hope for the recovery of this vital estuary. Many of the already endangered species of animals rely on those wetlands for their existence. The scrub jay is already a threatened species, and this will do them future harm. Nesting sea turtles are at risk, as are woodland storks, American alligators,
and other animals too numerous to mention. The idea that we can mitigate the destruction, one single quote, of these wetlands is ludicrous. Once gone, they can never be recovered, and declaring I can't. Stellar, what was your last comment? How do you visualize 100 acres? I don't know, man. Good evening, bud. This is entertaining. I'm glad you like it, dude. Very, very angry. Thank you. I love it. I'll have to tell you about how we had to scrub a launch because of an alligator in our weather balloon room once, just because of it being a protected wetland area. Oh my God. Yeah, 640 acres is 1 square mile. There you go. Jeez, Stellar. Okay. You had to scrub a launch because of an alligator in a weather balloon room. All right. Okay. The idea that we can mitigate the destruction of these wetlands is ludicrous. Once gone, they can never be recovered, and declaring a different wetland area miles away as protected will do nothing to serve this area. I strongly oppose this I strongly oppose this expansion in any form. The environment of Florida, the wetlands area of Brevard County, and our Indian River Lagoon are already at a critical state of loss. Please do not add this devastation by allowing further development. I don't want to do that again. Please don't make me do that again. I'll trade Disney for more rockets every single time. Yep. Yep. FDR next? Why am I ready? Oh, God. Oh, all right. All right. Fine, fine, fine. To whom it may concern, please consider any other alternatives, as I am unsure, but is there not older facilities that could move their remote locations to? For example, the old fire training facility on Center. Their remote centers in Cocoa on Sidco Road could be set up inside the footprint of this facility. Please consider more alternatives before destroying more habitat and what this facility also is. Merritt Island, Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. That's a pretty hard false equivalency, King, but that's all right. There's plenty of empty malls and land to the west that's not wetlands. Go build new housing over there. Yeah, King, the problem is that the things that this factory will be producing would cause, if you built them over in Titusville or wherever else, Port St. John, whatever, you would need to upgrade the bridges to move them or need to build a heavy dock. This is a Starship factory, dude. That's the problem. I would contend to say that building this closer to the launch pad will have way less environmental impact than what would be needed to build it on pre-existing land that's outside of the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. You have to, Starships are heavy, so you're either going to have to build a heavy transport dock, or you're going to have to make the bridge be able to move a super heavy booster across it. That's way more environmental impact than a 100-acre site. Sorry, it is. The man of 1,000 voices. Thank you very much. The next one, short and sweet and to the point. SpaceX is good for the country, state, and for the county, state, and country. I fully support the expansion plans. Thanks, Vince. All right, NASA appreciates your input. Do Cronkite next? I don't think I could do a good Cronkite. We're just 5 minutes out now from man landing on the moon. Someone said Clinton. Oh, God. Why do we do it? Why is it presidents? Why is it always presidents? Dang it. Not great, but passable. I'd have to listen to more Cronkite and CBS News broadcasts to get it right. Borat. Fine, then do slap chop? No, O-Force, no. Have you tried the Obama yet? Okay. Why not do Jack Edwards? You guys are killing me. Do you have a transatlantic radio accent? You're damn right I do. I could do any type of voice from there at any point in time. App State, thank you for the 500 bits. That's 105 times to make 500 bits. Thank you very much. Jack Nicholson. Yeah. All right, Hank Hill, I can do that. Well, I tell you, boy, as a Central Florida resident, I am vehemently opposed to the SpaceX Robert Road expansion. The negative impacts on this... The negative impacts this will have on the migratory birds and the additional losses of 146 acres of wetlands and scrub jay habitat is absolutely unacceptable. At what point does the destruction of land sustaining Florida's wildlife stop? Whoa. Andy Rooney, I can't do that voice, but I could. Oh, we got a long one. Oh boy.
Dr. Zoidberg, yes.
Scrub jay habitat and scrub jay habitat accessories. Well, I'll tell you what, Brian, I wrestled an alligator once. What are you doing in my tool shed, boy? Elmo, Jar Jar, Johnny Carson? Well, I don't think I could do a good Johnny Carson, to be honest with you. Yeah, Mary Carey. Hey, if you're gonna build a rocket factory on a swamp, would you eat the trees? Oh yeah, Cubs win, Cubs win. Meatwad. Now, I'll tell you what, boy, I can do a pretty damn good one, but this is about the draft environmental assessments. I don't want to be doing this voice for the entire paragraph, mostly because I don't know how to read. That's all that you're getting, okay? The answer is yes, you'd eat the trees. Elmo? No. Well, I could do the next one in Bill Nelson's voice, but here's the problem. This one is an extremely long one, and if you want to read like Bill or talk like that, you have to speak extremely slow. Bill Nelson, 4x speed, go. All right, let's see. Subcomments to the draft supplemental environmental assessment for Roberts Road SpaceX operations area and supporting infrastructure. Brevard County was one of Florida's top seafood producing counties. Prior to the development of the Kennedy Space Center on the Barrier Island and a massive influx of human population on the mainland, the Indian River Lagoon supported hundreds of families through commercial and recreational fishing and other tourism-related activities. Due to the destruction of Indian River Lagoon water quality and seagrass habitat, commercial fishing activity has nearly ceased, and recreational guides have fled our area to find other locations where they can find and keep fish for their clients. Construction of the Crawlerway and the SR3 causeway over Banana Creek destroyed the connection between Indian River and the Northern Banana River. As a result, As a result, vast oyster beds died, and water quality in Banana Creek suffered. All of the salt marshes on KSC were diked and converted to freshwater pond impoundments. Okay. Anyone heard verse up DM you? Christopher Walken, it should take you only about 2 times the normal speed. Ambrosa, I did fucking already. I read one in Christopher Walken. Chat made me read a song that one of the public comment sections just good. I had to read a song in Christopher Walken's voice. It was just very strange. It was very strange. Strange things are happening to me. People are strange. Jim Morrison said that. People are strange when you're a stranger. Tiki-taki, square houses everywhere. He got you like 75 subs, though. Right. Oh, but
Go and throttle up.
you guys really like walking, don't you? Holy crap. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I want you to explore the space. Explore the space. Read one of Sean Connery.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Stellar, thanks, man. Thanks for the 10, brother. I appreciate it, dude. Tiki-taki boxes, Ricky-tiki-taki boxes everywhere. Over there, over here. I don't know. There were trees here before, but now there's not. Sorry.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Read one is Rick. I don't think that Rick would really have a lot of good things to say about what's being said in here. Hey Ray, what's going on, man? Over in the YouTube chat. What's up, dude? We're reading the public comment section about the environmental impact of SpaceX expanding the Roberts Road facility at Kennedy Space Center. There's a lot of people that have a lot of bad things to say, but I enjoy reading them. We just happen to be reading them in voices of famous celebrities.
Discovery, go and
I
throttle
hope
up.
no one has changed the timing since. Goodwill Hunting. Yeah, I could probably do that. That'd be just fine. Stellar Sanctuary gifted out 10
Discovery,
subs.
go and throttle up.
All right, let me just make sure the alerter is silenced. There we go. Chris Rock, I don't think I can sound like that. Chris Rock's voice is too normal. So the open water connection between the Indian River and the Banana Creek must be restored. Okay, this guy is going off about stuff that we did like 50 years ago. Over $500 million are being spent by the citizens of Brevard County through a sales tax, and funding is coming from many state and federal government agencies on projects to repair the damage to the Indian River Lagoon from past poorly managed development. Yeah, Ray, we didn't go through any of the substance. We just read the comment section because it's funny. The destruction of wetlands in the watershed will be counterproductive to projects funded by the above agencies, as will freshwater discharges to the wildlife refuge impoundments on the Indian River itself. Any increase in freshwater discharges will alter its salinity and hinder the recovery of seagrass and endanger the success of projects to reintroduce clams and oysters. Construction of the Space Center projects in the 1960s severely damaged the Indian River Lagoon. Kennedy Space Center should be held to the same standard as Brevard County citizens and repair the damage that occurred to ensure no further projects degrade the Indian River Lagoon. So, this guy wants a federal wildlife refuge to adhere to state laws. EJ, I wasn't here for the beginning to see a bit more of the map. I had to look at where this was at. So Starship already has to get across a bridge to get to the launch site? No. If it's built at Roberts Road, it can just go down Kennedy Parkway and then go down the Crawlerway, and that's it. Anywhere else, you'd have to cross any of the Indian River Lagoon or Banana River bridges. None of those bridges are weight rated for something like super heavy. None of them. There's a reason they bring SRBs in by train and core stages in by barge. It's It's a very good reason for that. Now, if SpaceX wanted to utilize some of that barge infrastructure and sea infrastructure, go ahead, do it. I don't have a problem with that. There are other places where you could build this. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. However, there are not all of those roads around Cape Canaveral Space Force Station can support the weight load of starships and super heavies. Look at what's happening at Highway 4 in Boca Chica, King. SpaceX has absolutely ruined that freaking road. Ruined it. And that's why the Department of Transportation is moving everybody's cameras out of the way. They're trying to expand the road and repair it because it's destroyed. Because a small access road designed for light-duty vehicles going to a beachhead is not designed to move super heavy boosters around that weigh 100 tons. It's designed for a 2,000 to 3,000 pound car, maybe 2 tons at best. You know what I'm saying? The amount of infrastructure that you'd need to upgrade to build it anywhere else but Merritt Island would be way more of an environmental impact. Way more. Now, King, that isn't to say that there isn't a place to do it. But you got to remember, this is a Starship factory. It's a factory. This is not like you're building a VAB. It's not like definitely not like you're building a launch pad, right? Here's the thing. This is a factory. It's going to. I lost my train of thought, dude. Sorry. Let me rewind for a second. Yeah, this is a factory moving very, very heavy things. That's. I forgot where I was. I blanked where I was going with that. But the factory is going to go right here. It's just down the street. Oh yeah, that's where I was going. It's not just a VAB or a launch pad. So even the existing areas here, dude, there's not many places that you can build out without it being invasive already. That guy was talking about the connection. That guy was talking about, he said the Indian River Lagoon and the Banana River were severed, but there's clearly an outlet right there. I guess the outlet isn't good enough. And then he said the crawlerway separated these two right here, which it didn't. That was already a flat piece of land. That's why they built the crawlerway on it. They wouldn't build the crawlerway on completely filled in land. In fact, the reason why the pads are where they are is because they're building around the wetlands, which is funny. Can you pull up the map trying to find the causeway? This thing right here. There is no way that causeway is rated for a 100-ton booster, man. It's just not. There's no way. There's not many bridges that are rated for a 100-ton load to cross. I guarantee that. There's no other way in. There's this bridge up here. You're not, that same deal. That bridge right there for the trains. That is rated for moving SRB segments, which are about, I don't know, I think they're like 40 tons a pop. But a train bridge is minimally invasive compared to a bridge that's going to move a 100-ton booster for through traffic. How does their mom get around? Oh, damn! See, the other problem is that down here is basically off limits. It's off limits. You know why? The road is not good enough to move stuff up here. SpaceX already runs into this problem all the time. There's a reason why when they bring Falcon 9, there's a reason why they put... So, first of all, there's a reason why they put Hangar X, the Falcon 9 refurbishment facility. There's a reason why it's right here. The reason why it's right there is because they're launching from 39A and 40. You cannot move boosters across this. I mean, you can. They've done it. You could move boosters this way if you really wanted to. That's the Banana River Causeway. That... You probably shouldn't do that very often. The other way is moving it here, and then you have to cross this bridge at Gator Hole. That bridge is not it's weight rated for Falcon 9 on the Saturn Causeway right here. It is not weight rated for Super Heavy or Starship. Not a chance. So I think another solution would be for SpaceX to either A, use the VAB, that's always been what I've said, or build somewhere where you can access the turning basin. But even if you access the turning basin somewhere locally, you're still invasive because you have to build a heavy dock somewhere. You're invading on you're invading wetlands by default because it's a dock. It has to go somewhere wet. See what I'm saying? That's honestly, dude, that's probably the most minimally invasive spot you could build this. Seriously, look at how far it is away from anything that's wet. Now, don't get me wrong. Everything in Florida is wet, whether you like it or not. But this area was pristine enough for farming, so it has to have good drainage. So it's not, comparatively, I don't think it's too bad. It would be pretty gangster if they solved the problem by flying a booster there. It would never happen in a million years. Yeah. I mean, there's all this land down here that's ex-farmland that's cultivated and disturbed land, but NASA used it for a bunch of solar panels. I don't see anybody crying about solar panels' invasive input there. All that could be Rocket Factory, just saying. Just putting it out there. Nobody gave a frick when they did that. And that's like 6 times the size of the dang area that the factory is going to be in. Just putting it out there. Solar panels in the wetlands. Oh, yeah, NASA has a hard-on for those things, dude. There's more of them down here. Just want to reiterate this. Florida chopped down a ton of orange trees to build all that. Or NASA chopped down a bunch of orange trees to build all that. Just saying. Like, once again, just present it as a point of fact. That's all. I'm just putting it out there. Nobody cared when they did that. You know why? Because they didn't ask. Yeah, but that's another story. Oh, what's this one? United States Department of the Interior. Fish and Wildlife Service. Nothing says pro-environment by installing solar panels on wetlands. You can't make this up, Brian. It's the same thing as before, dude. It's the same thing. You know, people think that nature wouldn't exist unless we're the stewards of nature and we move it over here. We don't move it over there. Like, what? 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 What are you talking about? What? Do you care about nature? I'm so confused. Like, ugh. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. State law said you could plant oranges in the swamp. They never talk about oranges. Yeah. I think your hair fell off when you did that. Yeah, you're probably right. Fish and Wildlife probably disagrees. Let's see. Fish and Wildlife Service appreciates the opportunity to provide comments. The service reiterates concern expressed in our July 30th, 2018 letter regarding the draft environmental assessment for SpaceX at Roberts Road operations area at KSC. In our July 28, 2022 scoping comment letter, in our February 10th, 2023 internal draft comment letter for the... Wait a minute. I just had a passing thought. I just had a passing thought. This is supposed to be a public comment section for... I suppose it's for involved parties, so I guess that makes sense. I was going to say, isn't this kind of... Shouldn't this be like for citizens? But... Anyway. Although not included as attachments to this correspondence, the aforementioned service letters are incorporated herein by reference. The service's concerns with the current population include Alternative 1, inconsistencies, incomplete proposed action, wildlife and habitat impacts, fire management, cumulative impacts, and the seemingly piecemeal approach. Alternative 1. The service appreciates the inclusion and analysis of Alternative 1 in the supplemental environmental assessment. However, the description of Alternative 1 and the subsequent analysis in sections 2.3 and 3 seem to be inadequate. Instead of describing the alternative, the description under section 2.3 seems to be defending why it would not be selective, which is inappropriate. I don't know what they're referencing, guys. What about that area to build in? That's range sensing equipment. I wouldn't do that. I'm sure all of it could fit into your King. Your solution is for SpaceX to just take over the entire southern half of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That's your solution? No, I'm saying to redevelopment. NASA doesn't own any of that land. Truth be told, the Navy does. Down here, Navy. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station is kind of like stops right here. Kind of doesn't, but kind of does. The Navy owns that land down there. Yeah. I don't think they would be like, yeah, that's cool. That's cool, fam. Just do it. With that being said, I do understand what you're trying to say. But once again, you're running into that infrastructure problem. How do you get Starships and Super Heavies up to 39A? How do you do that without having to widen a road? Because I've driven on these roads. None of these roads are weight rated for something like that. None of them. They're all weight rated for ICBMs. You know why? Because those are the roads that they built to the pads that launched ICBMs. A boat? Okay, Spoon, we build a boat dock. Remember, the premise of this entire argument is minimal invasion on wetlands. A dock, by its nature, has to be built on wetlands. See what I mean? There's no getting around this. Build one new road for everyone. Okay. All right, I'm gonna keep reading the word salad from the Fish and Wildlife Service. But why do we need 39 and 41? Because that's where the launch pad is. You kind of need that for it to do that. Now, SpaceX building other launch pads? Maybe in the future. I'm not gonna say that couldn't happen. I looked it up. The Causeway is rated to 20 tons. Yeah, bro, so I know. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It can move a Falcon 9 over it, barely. It'll do it. Probably shouldn't do that all the time, but it'll do it. It will absolutely collapse if you tried to move Starship over that. The bridge will just... You ever see those videos of, like, power lifters lifting something and they put it up here and then, like, their knees just go out? Same thing. Yeah, that's just... Yeah, that, but with a bridge. You ever played poly bridge? Didn't weight rate your bridge correctly? The truck goes over it and just falls right in. That bridge will become bridgent. It's simple. Just make Super Heavy a 5-stage rocket. Yeah, it's good. All right, I'm skipping the Fish and Wildlife Service. They're just... Oh, migratory birds. What about the African swallow? Oh, that's right, Chad. African swallows are non-migratory. Yeah. A 5-ounce bird cannot carry a 1-pound coconut. It could be carried by an African swallow. Oh, yeah, but African swallows are non-migratory. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Spoon, okay. Yeah, I mean, they need someplace to test them, dude. Wow, the Fish and Wildlife Service had a lot to say. These ones aren't funny. These are just government word salad things. All right, anyway. The Brevard Indian River Lagoon Coalition. I wonder what their opinion on this is. Going forward, our community needs balance and transparency between space development and our quality of life. Going forward, our community needs balance and transparency between space development and our quality of life. Instead, in a public comment section about environmental impact about space flight development, That will require comprehensive tracking of all project in a single coordinated reporting process with public visibility. That's what this... Without that, trust but verify becomes only just trust us as the world's leading spaceport. We can and should be... Your public comment section. They were complaining about previous projects. Let me see. The Brevard Indian River Lagoon supports the world-leading developments taking place at the Florida Spaceport, but is deeply concerned about inadequate monitoring and coordinated management of cumulative impacts of this and other existing coming projects, particularly related to the salinity of the area impaired Indian River Lagoon. Both an outstanding Florida water and estuary of national significance, maintaining the proper salinity is crucial to the health of the Indian River Lagoon. SEA Section 5.2 correctly states that cumulative impacts result from the incremental effect of an action when added to other past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future actions, regardless of the proponent undertaking these actions. However, tables 5.1 and 5.2 list only 19 of the 74 projects recently referred to in the media by Space Florida. The SEA does not provide any details on area or runoff potential of any of these projects. It merely concludes without analysis that cumulative impacts on water resources from past, present, and future actions within the ROI would be, it's not return on investment. I don't know what that acronym is for. Would be less significant because BMPs to control stormwater runoff, erosion, and sedimentation would be used throughout all phases of construction for each project. Region of interest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Adherence to permit conditions would reduce impacts and mitigation. Adherence to permit conditions would reduce impacts and mitigation would compensate wetlands losses. But Ambrosa, that they are complaining that not everything was spelled out in the tables. Tables 5.1 and 5.2. What page are we on? Hold on. I moved before we should. We're on 292. Did I see something from Massachusetts there? 3.1. 4.1, 5.1. Interesting. I mean, if that guy wants more transparency for construction, if these people want more transparency for construction projects around the Cape, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. That's fair. Yeah, those guys are all right. That's fair. Totally fair. I'd say that's okay. You know, that's fair. Yeah, they should say everything that they're doing. Sure, absolutely. Or have a public comment section like this, which he's commenting in. Still kind of ironic. Hang on. Ooh. I hate this stuff. They have us letting a certain amount of water downstream for the two-headed snub-nosed chubfish. Turns out it was just a sneak away for California to steal the water. Yeah, Farm, that's the precise reason why if people want to know what they're working on, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's completely fair. You know? That guy's argument wasn't necessarily against SpaceX in their 100-acre thing, but it was absolutely against, well, you're encroaching on the wildlife space and there's not a public comment section for every project that you're doing. What the hell? Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that's completely fair. I think those folks are all right. That's cool. I can completely understand that. That absolutely makes very, very, very much sense. You shouldn't trust them. I agree. Very, very, very much. You know, that makes perfect sense, dude. Also, seems his issue is that it looks at each project in isolation as opposed to taking into account other projects. Very fair. Yeah, Tan, very fair. I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to measure the cumulative effects of every single project, I don't think. And if there is, then yeah, that's pretty fair. Always a motive in the background. Yep, you ain't wrong, brother. You ain't wrong. Preach it. All right, anyway, too real. Let's keep going. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency reviewed the draft supplemental. Who is this from? Okay. Yeah, the government perp drones won't leave dang comment section, man. I tell you, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, man, draft supplemental assessment. EA drops SpaceX operations up in the air, man. Supporting infrastructure, Kennedy Space Center, court set 3-9 to clear in Architect 1212C, Naples, so man, yeah. Somebody wanted me to do an impression in Boomhauer's voice, so I did, man. Wait, what was that? We're going to get. T-minus 1 hour for Falcon 9. Oh, looks like we might not make it to the end of this. I just want to see if there's any more funny ones. These ones are too serious. First, we would like to did this person highlight their own message? First, we would like to congratulate NASA on its successful history of space launch. And its magnitude of inventions and project spin-offs, besides being a global leader in studying Earth's climate changes. Thank you, NASA. Very cool. All development on Roberts Road SpaceX operations area will consider utilizing the use of low-impact development techniques to minimize the amount of fresh water that enters the wildlife refuge impoundments in the Indian River Lagoon. The Department of Defense is using LID extensively, and as a partner, so should NASA to show the many benefits of LID for the nation. LID? Low-impact development techniques, okay. Yeah, well, Stellar, no. Congratulations on your airplane. Your airplane takeoff. That's what you do. You got great airplane takeoff, man. Yeah. Congratulations on your successful history of space launch. Look, man. All right, I'm just going to say this once. When you're arguing with someone on the internet and you make a typo, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. When you're submitting something to the public government record, you should probably proofread it. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. If you make a typo on the internet, you're just going to get called an idiot. And then you move on. You make it here, it's entered into the public record permanently. I'm just putting it out there. Dude, just a thought. Just a thought. We'd like to congratulate NASA on its successful history of space launch. I'm just saying, like, that doesn't help. Thank you for doing space. You like doing space, don't you? This expansion has a considerable amount of wetlands. We suggest mitigation land is purchased in Brevard County to ensure the Indian River Lagoon's overall system is maintained. Yeah, hey, see? Fair. That's what I said. That's a good call. You should do that. You saw who this person is? Okay. I don't understand how that's particularly pertinent, but all right. Yeah, JDG Leon had the best argument there, but I also like this. That's a good idea. Just the government should, land that's undeveloped, buy that land. Buy that land. But see, here's the thing. What money are they going to do that with? They're going to do that with tax dollars? Pretty sure these people don't want that. Interesting questions to ask. I don't mind give and take. I think that's the best solution. If you have a problem with this. I mean, I don't live there. I don't think my opinion particularly matters, which is why I think it's funny there's people commenting here that aren't from the Space Coast. But I digest. Areas must be created to hold storm water and treated industrial wastewater for possible reuse in irrigation to decrease any demand for water from the aquifer. What do you think retention ponds are for? Retention ponds required by Florida building code so your building doesn't sink. Am I having a stronk? Call the Bondulins. Yeah, Katre, interesting questions, right? Every building has to make a retention pond, but I'm confused. Yes, I am. Our Indian River Lagoon has seen dramatic seagrass loss due to repeated algae blooms consistent with excessive nutrients flowing into the system, decreasing the seagrass area covered by thousands of acres. We must ensure this does not continue. We are very concerned that the expected increase in launch rate could cause closures of the Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge and Canaveral National Seashore for 100 days or more each year. We hope a solution can be made that prevents any impact to these areas. The blooms do kill seagrass. Yeah, Lance, I don't... That's, like I said, the gist of what I've seen from the people that actually have substance for dissenting opinion here seems to be the salinity levels of the Indian River, which is like, look, man, I'm pro industry as much as the next guy. That's something you really don't want to screw that up. That's bad. That could cause invasive species. That could kill species that live there. And now, don't get me wrong, I don't care about the scrub jay or whatever. I really don't care. But if the scrub jay is part of the reason why my house doesn't flood in the wintertime, maybe you should care about it. Just saying. salinity levels for certain wildlife that have downstream effects, figuratively and actually, is very important. That behavior needs to be understood, and you need to understand what the impacts are of it, which is what the Indian River Lagoon conservation people were saying before. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Makes sense. Like, dude, I'm no tree hugger by any means. Build more factories, but there's no reason why we couldn't do it symbiotically. There's no reason. Locking the people out 100 days per year might actually be the best for the environment. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, dude. Ah. See? Here's what I'm talking about. Here's what I'm talking about. The infrastructure that you would need to build this thing anywhere else, save at the launch pad, will cause an environmental impact. Check this out. Widening the Saturn Causeway, the total square footage of widening the causeway by 8 feet for 3.9 miles results in 164,736 square feet of new impervious surface, meaning a surface water can't go through. How will this additional stormwater be managed? See, that's a fair question. But that also kind of corroborates what I've been saying. You want to build the factory further away from the pad? Guess what? Even if you find pre-existing land, the impact to build the infrastructure to move what the factory is making to the launch pad could end up being way worse than 100 acres. So, I'm sorry, it's just facts. Why are you booing me? I'm right. No. Is it possible to actually correct the salinity in the water in some way? Monitor and adjust it with some natural method? I know absolutely nothing. I don't know, Magic. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But if these people are saying it's doable, I believe them. Like, why would they make that up? Right? Like that, like that's a weird hill to stand on if you're making it up. I don't think they are. There's absolutely has to be a way to do it, right? Like, it's the causeway, Bill. It's the road next to the crawlerway. SpaceX is expanding that so it can handle the weight of super heavies and starships, so it doesn't end up like Highway 4. Once again, there's a cumulative impact here of building the factory in other places. The longer the distance you have to move that rocket to the pad, the more environmental impact you're going to have. Like, yeah. I mean, obviously, excuse me. Obviously, you're gonna want to, the environmental people are the best solution for them is to not have their factory there, like what the lady with the poem and stuff said. But I think that would also be very catastrophically bad for our national security and our space program and local tourism in the area. That if SpaceX didn't build that factory there, imagine the tax revenue that could be created from a factory that has 3,000 jobs. 3,000 aerospace engineers, high tax bracket. You could conserve a lot of the environment that way with that tax revenue. I mean, they probably won't, but you could. Just saying. I think, people that don't want this, you're looking at it the wrong way. And that brings up a point that chat made a little bit earlier. The point is that the space program and NASA and being there, the Space Coast being the Space Coast has done more for environmental conservation than any other single entity there. Like, by a long shot. If the Space Coast wasn't there, that land would have gotten developed a long time ago. Like, that's done way more for environmental conservation. And I think, you know what? Like, I'll be honest with you. The majority, with the exception of the people that are like, oh, my kids won't be able to see the stars anymore. Think of the children. With the exception of those, the people that have actually brought like legitimate arguments in favor of like conservation, environmental conservation in the area, I think they're fair points. Like, to be honest, I don't really disagree with anything these people are saying. To be even more honest, my honesty is now at the highest level it's ever been. No, I think it's fair. These people, all of them seem to want more rockets and more factories. They don't have a problem with that. It's just, you know, do it symbiotically, which, once again, I think that's cool. I think the people that actually have the legitimate dissenting opinion here is fair. This is actually a legitimate concern. That's the question that I would ask. Because guess what? Drainage for 164,736 square feet. Think about the surface area there if you get 1 inch of rain. Spoiler alert, Florida gets a lot of rain. That's a lot of fresh water. Where's that fresh water going? Into drains. Now you have to dig up land. That's invasive, right? It's invasive by default. Where do all those drains go? Do they drain in the Banana River? Retention pond? Where does it go? Legit question. I think that's fair. It's a fair question. Yeah, 15.5 square kilometers. That's what I'm saying, Alucard. 15.5 square kilometers with 2.5 centimeters of rain on top of it. What's the volume there? That's a lot. That's a lot of water. Where does that water go? Spoiler alert, it rains a lot in Florida. Where does that water go? It's not going into the ground if it has to drain somewhere, because you dug up everything for it to drain correctly, because standing water on roads is bad. So the point is, instead of that rain just going and seeping into the ground, it's now being channeled somewhere, and all that water has to go somewhere. If it just rains into the ground and the dirt absorbs it, the plants will absorb most of that fresh water before it gets into the saltwater table, right? This is just gardening 101. So where does it go? It has to go into a storm drain. Where's that storm drain go? You're going to discharge that into the Banana River? You could discharge stormwater into the Banana River, but everybody seems to be concerned about salinity here. Florida Space Coast picks the Atlantic. You could drain it into the Atlantic, sure. That's a good idea. But now you have to dig up drainage pipe going to the ocean from there. Guess what? You're upsetting more wetlands if you do that. See what I mean? The Surfrider Foundation, bro. On behalf of the Surfrider Foundation, including Surfrider Space Coast Chapter, please accept these comments on the draft supplemental environmental assessment for the Roberts Road SpaceX operations area and supporting infrastructure on Kennedy Space Center, which includes the site expansions to support increased operations and launches, bro. That was a hell of a sentence, dude. The Surfrider Foundation is a national nonprofit environmental organization dedicated to the protection and enjoyment of our ocean, waves, and beaches. Working towards this mission, the Space Coast Chapter is part of Surfrider's network of about 80 grassroots volunteer-driven chapters around the United States. Mitch, an Australian accent opportunity in Florida? Yeah, nah, mate. Space Coast Chapter's members can care deeply about the health of the local waterways and coastal resources and work to protect the places they love to surf, swim, and recreate. We gotta recreate, bro. Bro, you wanna go recreate? Yeah, let's recreate on the ocean. Let's do it, bro. I'm sorry, I can't help but read it in that voice, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Make rocket fuel out of excess runoff? Now you're thinking with portals, Bon. I like your idea. Good call. Drainage has to be treated. Well, I mean, drainage doesn't have to be treated, but yeah. What's the impact of the factory that's going to make the rocket fuel? Now, don't get me wrong. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a good idea. They should absolutely do that. You're excused, and I'm not your bro. Handsome. So hot right now. Chapter participates in and hosts programming related to these interests. For example, Chapter participates in Surfrider's Blue Water Task Force program, a community science water a community science water quality testing and notification program, and in partnership with the Marine Resources Council. The chapter has sampled 20 sites bi-weekly, almost exclusively within the Indian River Lagoon for nearly 5 years. The chapter also recently participated in the 6th annual A Day in the Life of the Indian River Lagoon, hosted by the Ocean Research and Conservation Association. The event aims to empower students and teachers to participate in the collection of water quality data and biological inventories along the Indian River Lagoon, an impaired water body likely to be impacted by the proposed development. Permeable asphalt. Yeah, there you go. I mean, King, yeah, permeable asphalt with water might make sense in Florida. I mean, that wouldn't be the worst idea. Where I'm from, though, permeable asphalt, like water permeable asphalt, they call that a crack in the road. Just saying, man. I get what you're saying. I'm sorry, I had to make a joke. I get what you're saying. You're absolutely right. That'd be a good idea. But also, they call that a crack in the road. Surfrider has significant confirms with the DSA that it can only be resolved by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration developing an environmental impact statement. Project requires an EIS because its impacts, including indirect effects to wetlands, local waterways, and the ecosystem, will be significant. Additionally, the DSEA fails to explain the full extent of cumulative impacts resulting from the expanded SpaceX operations at the KSC. Environmental impact statement is... An environmental impact statement is required. Do it. Okay. Huh. For the foregoing reasons, including protecting air quality, water quality, wetlands, and public recreation access, Surfrider respectfully implores NASA to complete an EIS to thoroughly evaluate the many significant impacts anticipated from expanding space operations at the Kennedy Space Center. Yeah, foregoing reasons. Do you guys... Do these guys know what they're commenting on, or did I miss something? They entered a public comment into a public comment section about NASA doing an environmental impact survey for SpaceX, and in this public comment section, they said they need to complete an environmental impact survey. NASA appreciates your input. Dude, you need to do the thing you're doing, dude. But space launch. Dude, I'm not mad. So, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. Like, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. Like, is that They said they need to conduct an environmental impact survey in a public comment section about them conducting an environmental impact survey. Like, am I, pull the vehicle over. I can't pull over. He's already pulled over, man. He can't pull over anymore. Like, what? So can you read the next one as a Valley girl? Nah, I can't do that, boys. They didn't read the post. Did they read the report? Or did they just go straight to I'm pissed off about this? I'm really confused, man. Can I write in a comment about the comment section? Okay. All right, man. Yeah, Lance says. All right, that was the last one. That was an interesting. No, King, I forgot to do it, dude. Thanks for linking that though. I appreciate you looking out, man. That was just for this postage stamp, but it's not a postage stamp. It's 100 acres. But some of these people are purely self-adulation. Look at how much our organization cares about the environment. Yeah, some people just want to hear their own voices. Yeah, dude, like, some of them. Okay. The poem one. The poem. Lady wrote a freaking poem. Or it wasn't a poem. It was an old song about ticky-tacky houses or something. You'd be like super care about the environment, dude. Like, ticky-tacky. June 1st for IFT4. Is that going to line up with your road trip? It's a week before it starts, Dead Scum. June 1st is also when Starliner is scheduled to launch, so there's that. There was a poem? I missed the poem? Yeah, it's all right. I like, when we get down there. I mean, if anything, we'll get down there and there won't be a lot of people around, which is good. And your dad's birthday? It's on the 25th, RJ, so that helium valve just saved me a lot of headaches. I'm just going to put it out there. You know, First, that helium valve made it so Sawyer didn't have to miss the launch because Sawyer was getting surgery, right? So there's that. So it saved him, and then it saved it from being on my dad's birthday. So that helium valve really helped me, really did me a solid. Yeah, Starliner and Starship are scheduled to launch the same day in June 1st. Wasn't the poem the theme song to Weeds? I don't know, was it? Wait, what is this? That's pretty good, man. Oh, that's pretty funny. Oh, dude. Hey, bro. Hey, you're launching today? You have Star in the name, so do I, dude. We're like bros now. It's like Starship is like, we are not the same. But I'm launching people, man. It's cool, right? Like, no, it's not cool. You're supposed to launch a month ago. Sorry, that's Starship talks like that in my head. I don't know. Anyway, you want to see some explosions? Here, this is coming from McGregor Live, our buddies over at NSF. Look at this. So you guys know when, I always say that when something breaks on a rocket engine, it usually results in an explosion going in more than one direction instead of like out the bottom. There you go. Was that intentional? I don't think that that was intentional, considering... Yeah. I don't think that was supposed to do that. That's a rocket engine. Was there audio to it? Yeah, I didn't hear much, though. Oh. This was a Raptor. That's the Raptor test stand at McGregor. That's broken. I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's probably... That's probably not... That's probably not... That's probably not working anymore. Yeah. Nice. So something went wrong on the methane side of things. Very bad on the methane side of things. How do I know? How do I know? Black smoke. Whenever you see smoke like this, that's indicating fuel-rich mixture like this. So unburnt fuel. The dark stuff is unburnt fuel. If this was LOX leaking out, you'd see a big white cloud. Now, granted, there is a white cloud behind it, but that is a vent. That's an emergency vent. We've seen that thing go before. I've never seen it do that. You could see the rocket engine right there. See the nozzle? Right at ignition, the methane pre-burner just decides to pre-burn it. See that right there? Something popped. Something popped on that engine, on the methane side of the plumbing. Do I know what? Nope. No clue. But you can see right after that happened, if the turbine assembly failed, right? And the fluid impeller assembly failed, and that's, you know, it's spinning really, really fast. If that thing started shooting pieces out in all different directions, it's going to break other things. Like that. Yeah, it's like shrapnel going off. Yeah. That engine visited Rodney. Let's just leave it at that. And if you're a car guy, you know what that means. If not, let's just say the engine is not in one piece anymore. Do we know if it's V1, V2, or V3? No, I have no idea, Vaughn. Maybe I'll ask some of my buddies over at NSF. It's like, once again, these are just observations. I don't work for SpaceX. If you watch me, you haven't seen this stream before. I don't work for SpaceX. I don't know. I know that that's methane, right? That's about all I can tell you. Something failed. You could see it pop, like right there. Something failed on the methane side of the plumbing. So the rocket engine has two commodities going into it. You have liquid methane and you have liquid oxygen. They go in two different pipes. Whatever's on the okay, so whatever this is, it's on the methane side, and I'd have to say, if anything, it's the pre-burner because you got ignition. So the pre-burner is something that takes it takes methane and sprays just a little bit of oxidizer into it to make an extremely fuel-rich mixture, an air mixture, and then that goes into the rocket engine. Raptor uses combustion staging like that. It's actually called stage combustion. Basically what they do that to make... So why do they use a pre-burner? Just in case anybody's wondering. Well, you know, and this is I'm kind of trying to show you why I think it's that. So bear with me here. Raptor has two pumps in them. Raptor has two pumps in it, okay? There's two pumps, they're kind of next to each other. One of them is for oxidizer, for liquid oxygen, and the other one on the side is for liquid methane. These fluid impellers are attached to what's called a pre-burner. Okay, so you have liquid methane going through your pump. It goes through the pump and it gets pretty highly pressurized, right? Liquid oxygen does the same. It goes through its pump. There is a little bit of a tap off from the high pressure that's created from those impellers. A little bit of oxidizer going into the methane preburner and a little bit of methane going into the oxidizer preburner. Now, why do they do that? Isn't that going to create an explosion? Don't you want that in the rocket engine? Well, yes, absolutely. But hear me out. They spray a little bit of liquid oxygen into a very rich methane mixture, 100% methane. Spray a little bit into it. Some of that methane combines with some of that oxygen and blows up. And when it blows up, it creates heat. That heat heats up the remaining methane in the mixture. All right? The remaining methane that didn't find an oxidizer to combine with. That spreads the methane out big time. It spreads it out, almost turns it into gas. That extremely fuel-rich mixture, after it goes through the preburner and spreads out like crazy, that goes into the combustion chamber. And then on the oxidizer side of things, the exact same thing's going on. You have a little bit of oxidizer that you spray a tiny bit of methane into. It blows up and expands the oxidizer out big time. Now, why do you do this? What's the point of doing that? Well, think about it. Think about it like if you're gardening. You're watering the plants in your garden, right? And hopefully hopefully bunnies aren't eating everything. If you garden, you know what I'm talking about. All right, if you have your garden hose, right? And you just let the garden hose go. You don't have a little, like one of the nozzle attachments. It's just a garden hose. You're just shooting out water. If you just do this, right? That's no good. What do? You put your thumb over the hose and you let the water spread out so you water everything, right? Same idea. If you spread the propellants out, they're going to cover, you're increasing the area, right? And you're spreading everything out. Spreading the methane out and then shooting it into that spread out oxygen, right? Gets them to combine easier. They atomize better. You get a better explosion. Long story short, you get a better explosion. That's the right way to say it. Spreading it out. It's called a gas-to-gas design in propulsion, right? It's full flow stage combustion, right? You're spreading out your methane, you're spreading out your oxidizer, and you're combining the vapors together. Now, if anybody knows a little bit about combustion, don't do this. Don't screw around with gasoline, please. Don't be an idiot. Gasoline is actually not flammable. It's the vapors that are flammable. The vapors are what's flammable. That's the important part. Okay? Gasoline vapors, extremely flammable. Why? Because the vapors evaporate off the gasoline and then combine with the oxygen naturally in our atmosphere. You throw flames into that catches on fire really nice. Gasoline itself is not flammable. Go search a YouTube video of this. Don't do it yourself. You'll end up lighting your hand on fire. Don't do that. People, like a Mythbusters or something, they throw a match into gasoline. It doesn't do anything. If anything, the gasoline puts fire out. True story. Because it's all about having the right balance of fuel, air, and spark, or heat, whatever. It's all about having the right balance. And if you spread this out, you can increase the balance big time. Like, you can have the same balance, but you can have more of it, so you make a bigger explosion. That's what Raptor does, right? So, if you look at this footage here, right? Not knowing what you know about Raptor, you have extremely fuel rich on one side and extremely oxidizer rich on the other, right? And we see this thing go to ignite, and the first thing you see is a big black cloud of smoke. Fuel rich, baby. That's what fuel rich looks like, because methane has carbon in it. Okay? Carbon burns black. Very black. That means there's a lot of unburnt carbon in there. Methane has a lot of it. See what I mean? Fuel rich side of things. Absolutely the fuel preburner. It's soot. Bingo. Right? It's rolling coal, but it's rolling coal out the side. That's not good. You want to roll coal out the bottom. So, right at ignition, you have something blew out the methane preburner there. I'm pretty damn sure. But once again, I don't know. I don't work for SpaceX. I have no freaking clue. Explosions go brrr, boom. Yeah, awesome. It's freaking sweet. I pointed at it and it lit on fire. Did you see that? That was awesome. Timed that perfect. Pretty awesome. Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting raptors. OSHA moment. Now, King, it doesn't matter. I said don't do it. Surely they'll listen to me. Why would they not listen to me? Not quite James Burke timing, but I'll allow it. Krillani, let's be real. I'll never be that good. That's, yeah, you're right. Good enough for me. You're absolutely right. I'll never be, don't compare me to that guy. That guy's on another level. I'm just EJ. He's up there. So when did that engine explode? I think that was the other day. Let's see. I seen it just the other day. That was actually this. Oh. Yeah, it was this morning. Yeah. I seen it just the other day, blowing up the test stand to my dismay. Boom, 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 boom. Space to look at the stars, space to launch the rocket, space. It'll work. It'll work. And if you understood the reference, good for you. All I really need is girls. Bum 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 bum. Listen, on this ship you refer to me as idiot, not you captain. No. You know what I mean. And you will not call me you. You will never refer to me as you. You will refer to me as Your Royal Highness. You are a royal pain in the... Spaceballs reference. Very good, my friend. Of course. Thank you for the 500, man. All right. So, yeah, Raptor engine exploded. It became Raptorant. Yeah. I wish we could watch Spaceballs on stream. Dude, I would not be able to function. Long live Mel Brooks. Guy's my hero, man. And last but not least, Spaceballs the doll. Me.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Adorable. It's the freaking best, man. Just play the video and get me to do the narrative. Can we do that? Is that doable? Can we do that? Also, that's not a bad idea. Can we do that? Is that doable? Can we? Is it doable? I'm just watching it on mute. Can we get the end for that? So, Princess Vespa, at last we are alone. No, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, leave me alone. Yet, I find you strangely attractive. Of course you do. You as princesses are often attracted to money and power, and I have both, and you know it. I hate you, leave me alone. No, kiss me. No, oh. Your helmet is so big. What? Knock on my door, knock next time. Did you see anything? Good. No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good. Sorry. Sometimes I just do that. Okay. I'm sorry, that's I wouldn't be able to watch Spaceballs with you guys the entire time. I'd be laughing the whole time, man. Stop, I'm dying. How do I spell schizophrenia? C-O-U-C-H? I quite enjoyed the 10:30 p.m. version of you. You're welcome. Ship is too big. If I walk, the movie would be over. Just put a sepia filter on the video. Dude, you know what? All systems. It'd be funny. Someone would find that, like, somebody would be like, no, You know, somebody would. I don't know who. Somebody would. All right. All right. Hey, stick around though. We got a Hey, stick around though. We got a Starlink launch happening very soon. Let me run that back for you. Starlink 663 is launching in 10 minutes. Don't believe me, just watch. Lock 1, Lock 2, Lock 3, Lock Loman. Why didn't anybody tell me my butt was so big? Best I could find. What are you preparing? You're always preparing. Just go. Just go. Ah, King, yeah, that'll work. Prepare ship for ludicrous speed. Fasten all seatbelts. Close all shops in the mall. Cancel the 3-ring circus. Secure all animals in the zoo. Give me that, you petty excuse for an officer. What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken? Prepare ship for ludicrous speed. It's so good, dude. It's so funny. Oh my goodness. Dude, I can't. It's so freaking good. Oh my god. It's just we got this thing about death. It's not us. I need an EJ reading of Spaceballs, Airplane, and Ace Ventura. Oh, God. I know that Sim. What's his name? And his cousin? How many of them we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! Surrounded by him. Keep firing! One of my greatest joys in my life was watching Spaceballs with my 10-year-old nephew for the first time. Awesome. Awesome. I'm a Mog. Half man, half dog. I'm my own best friend. All right. We're not, I swear, we're not just sitting here doing Spaceballs quotes. We are, but there's a Starlink launch that's happening very soon. The second that SpaceX pops up with coverage, I will switch back into professional mode and give you the coverage that you deserve. I make car parts for the American working man because that's who I am and that's what I care about. See, I threw Tommy Boy. You hate this? What's this? No, it's all right. What is this? It's all right. Yeah. Osteo, that is my one of my all-time favorite movies. It's right up there with Blues Brothers. Tommy Boy's fantastic, dude. Battleship was a good movie. Yeah. SpaceX time. Do you hear the music? Oh. How does this make you feel? Good. I don't believe you. Last Starfighter, yeah. All right, so we got booster 1077, flight 13, 36-day turnaround. This is the 54th mission for SpaceX. And the 99th orbital launch attempt of 2024. All right. 54th mission for SpaceX of 2024. Sorry, should have added that part. Professional commentary time. Is that a lot? Yes, Mind Drive. That is a lot. Okay. There's a shot. Launch pad.
Pressurizing for strong back retract.
Okay. The pad tonight is 39A. Light is green. Trap is clean. Historic 39A. Yep. Pad we're using tonight is down at the Cape. This is Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Strongback retrack has started. Watch this piece behind my melon right here. Just, all right, Strongback, just to trim. Don't buzz me, all right? So the Strongback will move into the 89-degree retracted position. 39A's transporter erector, this white structure that's next to the rocket, is used to, well, engineers aren't good at naming things. It's used to transport and erect the rocket on the pad. It's also used for fueling the second stage and making sure that the rocket has power. Particularly the brains of the vehicle, which are up here at the top. Without that, you running a wire up here is kind of for the brains. Yeah, you want something to do that. So you can see that the 39A sound suppression system is primed, and that's just extra spillage. When we hit T-minus 10, these things should turn on. That's the sound suppressor right there. You can see that that's what that stream of water is. Prepare for ads, sir. Preparing for ads. Ad time. I'm running ads, guys, so nobody gets ads during the freaking launch, because five unskippable ads for like 6 minutes is completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. So I don't want anybody getting ads during the launch. So let's just.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Okay. Stage 1 is fully topped up on oxidizer. Dude, that's... Mind Drive, I'm just going to say it outright. That's terrible. That is terrible. You got a SpaceX ad? Nice. If I ever get like that, dude, just tell me I need to quit. You need to stop. It's time to stop. It's time to stop, okay? Twitch gotta get paid. Yeah, do get paid by taking a significant chunk of my freaking income. No, it's all good. Actually, the Partner Plus program is actually pretty damn reasonable. Pretty damn reasonable, dude, to be real. See, the Strongback is retracted here. Stage 2 LOX load is complete. Coming from the countdown loop there, meaning that we should go into ground gas closeout here. You should see that little funnel shoot out a bunch of liquid oxygen. Up. Yep. The water tower is full for the sound suppressor. Yeah, the water tower is full. I don't know if you knew.
Gas closeouts.
You had an ad for head shaving? Oh, gosh. So, remember I said a little bit earlier, the transporter erector is for moving propellants, liquid oxygen, and kerosene, or RP1, into the second stage. Now that the second stage is fueled, they got to get all of it out of those lines. Instead of just draining the liquid oxygen back down, they push helium or nitrogen up the line. I don't know which one it is. And they push out all the liquid oxygen out a vent up here instead of into the stage. You do that because you don't want the transporter erector lighting on fire. You want your rocket to light on fire at the bottom, but you don't want your launch pad to light on fire. That's bad. Launch director is reporting go. Falcon 9 is in auto sequencer start. Auto sequencer started at T-minus 59 seconds. We're 30 seconds out here from the liftoff of Starlink 6-63. Tonight's landing is scheduled for... Just read the instructions. Drone ship landing. 10. 5.
5, 4, 3,
Ignition. Yeah, baby. We have liftoff. Starlink 6-63.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
The 54th launch of SpaceX this
Stage
year.
1 chamber pressure is nominal.
Carrying 23 Starlink V2 minis to low Earth orbit. I love that. Dude, I love the shot of the rocket going by the tower. It's the best. It's so cool. Sync cracked. Cracked my sync. Stand by for the call for power and telemetry here. Indicating a good trajectory for Falcon 9 should happen right around now.
Power and telemetry are nominal.
So yeah, I told you. Next call should be supersonic. And maximum dynamic pressure shortly after that.
Vehicle supersonic.
Told you. Maybe Pandorific, yeah. Okay. 65 seconds into the flight. Falcon 9 is 10 kilometers in altitude, traveling at 1,500 kilometers an hour.
Max Q.
Max Q is the maximum aerodynamic pressure. It's peak aero load on the vehicle. Basically, the rocket is still down in the atmosphere, and it can't go any faster. It can't go any faster. The reason why it can't go any faster is because the air won't get out of the way fast enough. Air will start to compress at the top of the vehicle and try to accordion the rocket. So what they do is they throttle down the engines to experience a lower dynamic pressure, because pushing against the air like that is basically putting the rocket in a gigantic press. You don't want to do that. That would be bad for something that could pop like a balloon. Yeah, it's not good for it. Trust me on that one. Okay, T plus 154 into the flight. 35 kilometers in altitude, 4,600 kilometers an hour. We're about 25 seconds out from main engine cutoff, stage separation, and second stage engine start. 1. As we approach main engine cutoff, Falcon 9 will align to velocity vector here. You could tell because of the way it is. No, because of the way the flames are propagating off the bottom of the rocket. Falcon's now aligned to velocity vector. Meaning it's pointing in the direction that it's going. Should get MECO now. Main engine cutoff.
Stage separation confirmed.
Beautiful shot of the Florida coast here. Good separation.
Ignition.
Green flash, upper stage ignition. Good ignition on the second stage. We should hear a call for both vehicles following nominal trajectories here in the next 30 seconds or so. There's some flow phenomenon from the second stage. From the second stage, gases interacting with the first stage. That's what that lighting is right there. Stand by for fairing
separation confirmed.
Fairing separation. T plus 3 minutes, 18 seconds into the flight. Second stage is now traveling at 8,500 kilometers an hour, 104 kilometers in altitude. First stage is coasting up to its apogee here, 7,200 kilometers an hour, 104 kilometers in altitude, and 105 and going up. When did they stop using stiffener rings? I don't know the exact time, Greg's, but it was sometime this year, earlier this year. So second stage nozzle, I don't know if you guys could tell, that second stage nozzle is pretty warm. But the interesting thing is that the second stage nozzle is made out of a very interesting alloy. It's a niobium alloy. Now, if that doesn't mean anything to you, long story short, it glows, and that's how it's radiating heat. Believe it or not, it's using light to shed heat from the engine. Because up in the vacuum of space, there's no way to keep something cool. You can't use the ambient air around you to keep it cool. And you're definitely not going to use conduction because everything else on the vehicle, like the turbine machinery, needs to stay cool, right? Because you're moving cold propellants. So the light glowing of that nozzle is actually the effective rate of cooling. The brighter it is, the more it's going to cool. That's why we always have images of the second stage during ascent. Because if that's not uniform, that means you're not getting uniform heating on the nozzle, and that could complicate things. Yeah, non-uniform heating would be bad. Okay, good safety tip, EJ. You said crossing the streams was bad. Dumb question. What does launch 6-63 mean? That refers to the 63rd launch for the 6th corridor. That is one of the orbits that the satellites are in. They're called shells. I think SpaceX calls them shells. Here, I'll show you. So, if you take a look real quick, see all these blue lines right here? This is an approximation of all the Starlink satellites. See one of those? Shells. See those? That's a different group. Groups go into the different shells.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Oh, my favorite part.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
Green flash. Entry burn on the first stage. Come back now. Supersonic retropropulsion. Falcon 9 is using its first stage engines to slow itself down. The reason why it's doing that is because if it's going too fast going into the atmosphere, it's going to re-enter. Plasma will start accumulating on it and start getting too hot. So not only do the engines slow it down, but the engines are also, you see the plasma? There it is. The engines are also used to push that plasma away. Plasma accumulates like frost almost. Only it's not cold. It accumulates. Think like an icicle. Now, it's once again, plasma is not ice. I understand that. But it accumulates. You can use the rocket engines to actually blow the plasma away. That's what the entry burn does. That's what supersonic retropropulsion is. It's my favorite part. It's fighting plasma with fire. It's great. See, you're getting some reentry heating on the grid fins right there. The grid fins are made out of titanium. They can take that. That's no problem. So we're 7 minutes and 20 seconds into the flight. First stage is 146 kilometers in altitude, 19,100 kilometers an hour. First stage approaching the deck, 7 kilometers off the deck, 1,200 kilometers an hour and decelerating. Right now, Falcon 9, you can see the lights from the drone ship underneath. Right now, Falcon 9 is using the ambient air pressure increase to slow down. As you get closer to the ground, there's more air in the way. Impacting more air is going to slow you down. Don't get me wrong, it's not enough to stop you. You'll still hit the ground going really fast unless the landing burn happens. You need that.
Stage 2 terminal
It's only
guidance.
gonna slow you down to whatever your terminal velocity is. That's yeah, you don't want to do that. It'd be bad. Okay, landing burn has started. Oh, it's a little windy out there. Look at all the grid fin movement. Little windy out there on the seas tonight. But that doesn't stop Falcon 9 from sticking the landing.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
On the drone ship. Just read the instructions. Fantastic. We have touchdown. 8 minutes, 20 seconds in. Second stage engine cutoff should be occurring here. That's a very long SECO. Very long to SECO. Momentarily. We're looking for 27,100 for our staging velocity. 27,108 at 137. 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the flight. Should get a call for nominal orbit insertion that we never get anymore because SpaceX cut the cast, but those numbers look correct. Stage 2 has come down 13 kilometers so far from apogee. Yeah, that seems to be the trajectory that they're flying, Hibbit. I was wondering about that with Starlink the other day. Well, that's a good way to cap off that space news, don't you think? Ed boy, life's full of many surprises, Ed boy. I saw that, Bill. That grid fin, I thought the grid fin stuck for a second. I got a little worried. Watch the left grid fin, dudes.
Stage 2 terminal guidance.
That's how I was like, oh man, dude, that was in full deflection for at least a couple seconds. That should tell you how freaking windy it is out there. Falcon 9 just landed in like a gale. Ridiculous, man. Look at the grid fins, they're locked. They were locked for like 5 seconds, dude. Unreal. I've never seen them do that. I've never seen them go to full lock like that and stay like that and have the rocket come down in one spot like unmaimed. The last time a grid fin stuck like that, the thing landed in the ocean. For always, you never considered the description of plasma for obvious reasons. I've always assumed the fluid dynamics of plasma to be a gas-like. Well, the reason why it accumulates, Magic, is because there's a bunch of air pushing up against it behind it, so it kind of just sits there. It sits there in the boundary, it's called the boundary layer. So there's like a wake. An aerodynamic wake that Falcon 9 makes when it flies through. When it flies back down in the atmosphere, especially when you're getting to re-entry. And the wake angle, so to speak, is very, very steep. Right when it's starting to hit atmospheric interface. So right when it starts to get into the chunky bits, right? Where there's a lot of air in the way. And that plasma likes to stay on that wake. It stays there. Some of it will shoot off and ride the wake of the vehicle, just like if you say you're in a boat and there's a buoy that's not attached to anything and you go by it and your wake pushes it out of the way. Kind of the same thing. Once again, aerodynamics, pneumatics are not hydraulics. They're not the same as hydrodynamics. It's different, right? But the plasma at the bottom stays on that wake. Some of it moves off the side, but most of it stays there because the air behind it is pushing it up against that boundary. So there's air that's pushing up against the rocket as it's coming down, right? And that air gets compressed so hard per the ideal gas law. You compress gas, it heats up, right? It heats up so much, it starts ripping air molecules apart, and the energy released makes plasma, and that plasma just kind of gets stuck there. That's what I mean when I say it accumulates like frost. Not all plasma occurs like that. That's not really how plasma works. But in the case of plasma accumulation from an aerodynamic hypersonic wake, yeah, that's how it works. It sits there. It sits there, and because it just stays there, the oncoming air just pushes it up against more air. So like you have your rocket, and then you have a gap right here of very, very dense air. And then you have the plasma behind that, right? It's actually not touching it. It's just sitting next to it. And sitting next to it is like a blowtorch. It's like, well, it's not a blowtorch. It's like a plasma cutter. Plasma cutters cut through anything. The plasma cutter kind of does the same thing. And you've seen what those things can do against metal, right? The plasma is kind of sitting there. It's not actually touching it, but it's generating so much freaking heat. And that heat is getting convected from the air, that high pressure air that's in there. It gets convected and it heats things up. Now, if you had a heat shield, the heat shield also has a little bit of air in between it. There's a little bit of a pneumatic barrier. Not a pneumatic barrier. That's not what it's called. I forget what it's called. There's a little bit of air in between there, and then the plasma's behind it. Plasma heats up the air. Air burns the heat shield expands gas, and the gas from the heat shield burning off pushes the plasma away. That's how a heat shield would do it, right? Falcon uses its engines to do the same thing, because the engines are just outgassing, same way a heat shield would. Same exact problem, same way it's the same solution to the same problem, but with a different method of pneumatic gas expansion. Can I just say how lame SpaceX webcasts have become? First, they don't stream until payload separation. Okay, I get it, but come on. Cutting the stream before nominal orbit insertion? It's because they launch so much, dude. As demonstrated on the right monitor. Actually, yeah, that's a really good point. There you go. The exact phenomenon I'm talking about is right there. See? That's with Starship, though. Yeah. Magic, I think about things a little bit differently. I think it's because I was dropped as a child. And I think maybe like my sibling pushed me down a flight of stairs and I hit my head or something. I don't know. My mom won't admit it, but I'm not convinced. Anyway, guys, I have to log off. That's going to do it for me for the day. Sorry about taking a huge break in the middle of the stream. Tomorrow I'll get you more Fallout, and then we got Flame Trench tomorrow, 5 p.m. More of conversation like this, but with my buddies Jack and Sawyer. There was supposed to be another word in there, EJ. Your brain, see what I mean about being dropped? That's what I'm telling you about. Hey, Drill Bucket, 43 months. Night. All right, dudes. Have a good night. I'll see everybody tomorrow. We'll play Fallout for a couple of hours. You know what? Yeah, we'll play for a little while. And then we'll do Flame Trench. Then we'll see what happens after that. I'm not sure. I might have to go after Flame Trench tomorrow because, once again, in-laws are here. So I have to. They brought me pizza today, so I don't know. The in-laws, you know, you gotta keep up appearances. You gotta look good. All right. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Buonanotte. Buonasera. See you all tomorrow. Okay. I have to miss the Flame Trench due to your high school graduation. There will be other Flame Trenches, Rocket. Don't worry about it. And you can always watch the VOD, too. Congratulations about graduating high school. You've taken your first step into a larger world. All right. On the YouTube side of things, thanks for watching, dudes. I do appreciate it. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for keeping that that 13 viewer stream going. Really appreciate it, guys. Have a good night, and thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow.